Is yours mine? I think mine's working.
Well, why don't you run the
No, that's okay.
Hello? Okay, much better. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We're here today, this June 17th, 2025, to celebrate the, to to have our joint workshop with the Budget Advisory Board. I want to thank everybody from the Budget Advisory Board for appearing here and for participating in this first of many workshops going forward as we try. Is this our first or second? Second, so I thought. I see that we have Commissioner Sorensen online. Hello, Ben.
Hey, Mayor. Thanks for having me. Sorry
Sure.
I can't be there. I'm on Navy duty out of town, so thanks for allowing me to be here virtually.
Sure. How's Greenland? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Rhode Island. Rhode
I don't know
Island
where
is
you are.
wonderful.
I have no idea where you are. But okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I
yes.
could say something. Ben, I noticed something different about you today. You actually have on a jacket. You don't have your Ben shirt on.
Yeah.
I don't have my Ben shirt, so I figured I'd change it up a little bit virtually. So
I love it. I love it.
We'll bring that back in the future. But
Actually,
thank
that's
you,
not really
Commissioner.
him. That's an AI image of him. He's
okay.
He's in Greenland. Okay, very good. So, the chair of the Budget Advisory Board, we want to call your roll.
I'm going to call it.
You're going to call it?
They're fixed. The mic.
Okay.
Chair Brown. He's here.
Present.
Vice Chair Milroy. Here. Norbert Bells.
Here.
Ross Camarada. Not present. Olivier Cao.
Present.
Rich DiGirolamo.
Here.
Mildred Lowe. Present. Desiree Giles Smith.
Here.
Prabhuling Patel.
Here.
And Melinda Boker.
So we have a quorum of the committee.
Mm-hmm.
We want to call the roll of the commission.
Vice Mayor Herbst is en route. Commissioner Glassman.
Here.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Here.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Here.
Mayor Trentalis.
Here, thank you so much. We have a quorum with the City Commission. So, Mr. Brown, would you like to lead this discussion?
Yes, I thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Commissioner Sorensen. I would sing you "Anchors Away," but my voice is not that good singing, so I don't want to ruin your afternoon. But Bill Brown, Chairman of the Budget Advisory Board, sitting behind me are the members of the board. And first, let me just say, this year was the first time in many years we had 6 out of the 10 board members that were new. And I'm very pleased to report to the commission that they came in, got very engaged, especially coming in for the first time. They rolled up their sleeves. They really dug in. They asked good questions. And, you know, during the month of May, we spend 3 Wednesday evenings meeting with all the department heads for 3 consecutive weeks on Wednesdays. And some of those meetings went over 2 hours. One went to almost 3 hours. And we gave them the latitude to really, really ask good, prudent questions, being physically responsible to the taxpayers and to their districts from which they live within. And I'm pleased to say that I'm very impressed with the selection of the members of this committee. With that, Mayor, as you said, in May, we met for the first time. We kind of got some direction based upon your January workshop on what the commission's priorities were moving forward. So what I've chosen to do is we received the preliminary budget presentation from the city manager, and we're going to it's going to be presented some of those highlights. And what I'd like to do, with your permission, is go ahead and let staff do that presentation that we received, and then I'll follow that up with comments and recommendations from the board.
Okay. Keeping in mind that the exhibit, the preliminary budget report, is 81 pages, so we're not going to be going through 81 pages, but we will get a summary of that through staff. And Laura, will you be doing that? Who's going to be doing it?
There'll be a combination. I'll start it off, and then we will follow with Laura Reese, Acting Assistant City Manager, and Yvette Matthews, Acting Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Okay, very good. Please proceed.
So, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. It's my honor to discuss our preliminary budget, the first one under my tenure as your city manager. The budget. It's been nonstop budget. And I just want to thank the Budget Advisory Board for all of their effort. They have been very diligent in scrutinizing all of the information that they've received from staff. I also want to thank all of the department directors and their teams for all of their effort over the past several weeks and months in developing the preliminary budget. So I want to stress that this is preliminary. This is not yet the city manager's proposed budget. As you know, we received information from the property appraiser that was more favorable than we anticipated. As we were building out the budget, we thought, hey, maybe we'd see 6%, but seeing the 8.15% in taxable value increase really made us feel like we're headed in the right direction. And we applied a lot of thoughtfulness to the development of this budget because of the fact that we have a lot of one-time revenue generators, including a PFAS settlement as well as the fire assessment. So we thought that it would be prudent to apply those revenues toward expenditures of a one-time nature, so capital projects in particular. This budget is balanced and reflects the Commission's priorities as reflected in the discussion at the Commission prioritization meeting in January. I believe it was the 21st, and I had an opportunity to attend that meeting in person to understand what your goals are, and so we wanted to make sure that we were in alignment with those. So you'll see expenditures related to public safety, homeless response, infrastructure and resilience, public spaces, and cultural initiatives. For me, my focus was on filling the gaps that we've had for several years. There's several capital projects, particularly for public safety infrastructure, that hasn't been funded. Our fire station number 88, number 13, and the Heron Garage have needed funding for many years, and this year I felt was the best opportunity for us to fill those gaps and to get that done. There's also a focus on information technology and its relationship to public safety. So you'll see that several positions have been recommended for inclusion in the budget that tie to IT for fire and our police department. You'll also see the inclusion of something new. It's our emergency management reserve that's being recommended. So essentially, we will have $4.8 million from the PFAS settlement in fiscal year 2026. And the idea is to set aside additional funds to the tune of $4.8 million for that emergency management reserve so that we can deal with situations as they arise. We know that there are some uncertainties as it relates to emergency management at the federal level, and we don't know what that will mean for our city. And so I just want to make sure that we are fully prepared. And I'm just very grateful for the BAB support for that initiative. The preliminary budget includes a placeholder of $2 million for our contributions to community organizations and nonprofits, which has been our traditional level of support. We are including potentially some new organizations based on some discussions with the Commission, and we want to make sure that the nonprofits continue to have support from the city, given that there are other funding sources that are disappearing or becoming very limited. This year, we're also highlighting very particularly and intentionally the overtime expenses for public safety. So our police department participates in several city-sponsored events, and when we're looking at those events, we don't always take into account the overtime costs that are associated. So we just wanted to highlight that more explicitly this year. And so we are recommending that we maintain the millage rate that we had last year and for the past 19 years, for 18 years, this would be the 19th consecutive year at 4.1193 for our millage rate. We do think that this year was an anomaly, a unicorn. We didn't anticipate getting the PFAS settlement. We didn't anticipate the level of the fire assessment. And so we're looking at this as a great opportunity for one-time expenditures, and we're also filling some gaps with our personnel. There's several areas in our city that have been underfunded and we haven't met the service expectation. We're also putting forward 18 FTEs for the Prospect Lake Clean Water Center, so that's driving a lot of our personnel additions. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Laura Reese to go through our presentation, and thank you, Laura, very much for your diligence during this time, and we'll follow that up with Yvette Matthews.
Great. Thank you, Raquel.
Good afternoon. It's been an interesting budget process. So the city manager started right when we were ready for city manager meetings. So I first would like to acknowledge her for jumping in head first with us and really digging in and asking all the questions and getting really comfortable with a budget that we could recommend together. I'd also like to acknowledge the Budget Advisory Board, as Bill mentioned, they meet 14 times a year. I believe they're the hardest working board in the city. And they also meet with you 3 times per year. So this board digs in. They ask all of the taxpayer-related questions. They make sure that, staff's on point and that we're accountable to the public. So thanks to the Budget Advisory Board. I'd like to also take time and acknowledge the Office of Management and Budget. The whole team's here today to answer questions. And so I'd ask them to stand up, but they have laptops on their lap because they're going to be finding answers to all of your questions as we move along. And a special thanks to my colleague Yvette Matthews, who's the acting director of Office of Management and Budget. She's really stepped up this year and led the city through the process. So thanks to Yvette. She'll be my co-presenter today. So, sorry, I did not test this out. Okay, so here's an overview of the items Yvette and I will be reviewing with you. I'll be reviewing ad valorem and the increases there, the fire assessment, and how the rate adjustments look on the tax bill if you were to go with the staff recommendations. I'll also be reviewing key revenue and expenditure changes. Then I'll turn it over to Yvette. She's going to talk to you about strategic enhancements, commission priorities, and how the recommendations align with your priorities, special event funding, community investment plan, replacement plans, and planning for the future. And Mayor, if it's okay with you, we're happy to take questions as we move along through the presentation, but that's at your
Okay, I think
pleasure.
That's the most productive. So
Okay.
If anyone on the commission or anyone from the committee has any questions during the presentation, please just let me know, and we'll stop and answer the questions at that time. Thank you.
Okay, great. And so just to clarify, most of this presentation is about the general fund budget. And the reason we focus in on the budget, or the general fund budget at this point in the year, as a reminder, is that on June 30th, the earliest meeting ever, you'll be setting those maximum millage rates, the fire assessment rate, and those assessments that will go on the trim notice. So we really wanted to make sure that everyone's comfortable with the recommendations before the proposed budget comes out. Manager Williams, did you? Oh, I thought you. Okay, so that's kind of the purpose of today's meeting. So for ad valorem, as the manager mentioned, we received good news from the property appraiser. The June 1st value indicated an 8.15% increase over the final taxable value from last year, and this will generate an additional $17.1 million to the general fund to support needed services. This is an 8.15%, or the 8.15% increase equates to a 7.3 revenue increase. That's because of the value adjustment board adjustments between when the budget was adopted and the final valuations. So general fund revenues are 48% made up of the ad valorem revenue, and that's a really good statistic, a good place to be when our bond raters come to look at us. They want to know we have diversified revenue sources, and the fact that we're less than 50% reliant on property taxes is a positive thing for our city. Another important thing to note is that our net new construction was up again this year. So last year it was down to $500 million in net new construction. This year it was up again to $1.1 billion, which is 23% of our increase for the year. So that's a key point. We hope that net new construction continues to increase to drive our revenues into the future. 75% of our tax base is made up of residential properties, and of that, around half of the properties are homesteaded. So the homesteaded properties are capped at 3% in a year, but the non-residential and the non-homesteaded properties are not capped. So we're in a good position in terms of the makeup of our tax base moving forward as well. So fire assessment update. So this is new information for this year. Every 3 years, the city goes through a study and looks at our fire assessment. And really the purpose of the study is to look at all the fire rescue costs and to distribute those for the costs that are to suppress fire versus those to conduct EMS related services. And then those costs are allocated among various types of properties. This year, the full cost recovery rate went from $328 per year per residential property to $403, which is an increase of $75 from last year. And as the manager mentioned, this would generate around $10.4 million if we go to full cost recovery, and will allow us to fund some much needed capital costs related to 3 fire stations. One is a fire bond project that's still underway, Fire Station 13, and the other 2 are new stations that are being constructed, the full service downtown EMS Station 88 and the Heron Garage substation. And it also allows us to continue to fund the staffing levels as the SAFER grant expires in 2 years.
Laura, it's Ben. Could I jump in there for a second?
Yes,
Absolutely.
please go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Laura. And Mayor, I don't know if this is a good time to mention this, but I've been talking with the city manager's office and Laura, Mayor, about exploring the possibility of a fire assessment exemption for disabled veterans. And Laura's done some analysis of that, Mayor, and so I'd like to talk about that at some point, Mayor. I don't know if now's the right time or whenever you like.
Well, first of all, it sounds to me like you've already asked the question, and has any analysis been done as to what impact it would have on the revenue?
Yeah, Laura did an analysis of that.
Yeah, so if I may, if we exempted VA, our folks who qualify for a VA exemption, at the highest level this year, it would result in approximately $150,000 decrease in revenue to the general fund, and that would be allowable. It would just be a reduction in revenue to the general fund.
All right, so it's not a big impact, but it would be
Right.
for the individual.
Correct.
Okay. It's certainly something we can talk about then. It makes a lot of sense. So, but it's good that you brought it up now. So now we know it's been discussed and analyzed.
And Mayor, I'll give you a little bit more detail. It's so, and Laura, correct me if my language is wrong on any of this, but in the city, Mayor and Commissioners, there's 372 properties currently that receive 100% VA exemption on their property taxes. 372 properties. 97 properties in the city receive a partial VA exemption for service-related disability. So, you're looking at a total of around 469 or so properties. So, and again, Laura mentioned the total impact would be, I think, $153,832. So I don't know on timing when to discuss that, Mayor, but those are the details.
Okay, thank you. And Dwayne is missing. At some point, I'd like to ask a question regarding the use of funds that are derived from the fire assessment. Is it legal to use fire suppression funds for capital expenditures? I didn't know if we could do that, but perhaps at some point we can get the answer to that.
Mayor, our fire assessment consultant has advised that it is allowable, and we have done it in the past as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Please proceed.
Could I just tap into that, though?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So, Laura, just to clarify on that, though, so we capture capital costs as part of the overall cost study, which then is built into the fire assessment phase, as opposed to a specific item, right? So if I remember correctly, unless we've changed our methodology, we look at our operating costs, and then there's a capital cost component that becomes part of the operating costs as well. Similar to what we do with what used to be the old A87 cost plan. Are we still doing it that way, or we have a different methodology now?
We used the actual project costs that we appropriate that are directly related to fire. So it would be the cost of Fire Station 13, 88.
Right, but do we do it in 1 year, though?
We're spreading it over 3.
Right, okay.
The cost recovery over 3 years because the assessment's done every 3 years.
Okay, so if we build a new building, so let's use a fire station, for example. We build a fire station that has an anticipated useful life of 40 years. You're saying we're recovering the cost of that all in 3 years?
The cash-funded portion, it's recovered in the 3 years in the current study.
And not over the useful life of the building?
Correct.
Okay. So then presumably, once we've done that, our fire assessment fee potentially could drop somewhat substantially.
Yes, that's part of the reason why last year it did drop, is because we had Fire Station 13 costs the year before last, and then last year we saw a slight decline in our fire assessment fee because we no longer had that Fire Station 13 cost to recover.
Okay, I'm surprised at that, because like I said, normally you would recoup a cost over the anticipated useful life of the building. Why are we doing an accelerated cost recovery?
We shared the costs with our consultants as we designed the rate, and that's the recommendation that they came back with, was recovering that cash funded amount over 3 years.
Could you ask them to reach out to me? I'd
Absolutely.
like to discuss that with them. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Anything more on fire assessment before I move along? Okay, so in the city of Fort Lauderdale, the average single-family home the taxable value is $641,000, and so this is a sneak peek at what the tax bill might look like for somebody who has an average single-family home in the upcoming year. So at the current millage rate, they would see an increase in their tax bill even if they're homesteaded, because the Save Our Homes exemption allows up to 3%. This year, the CPI is 2.9%. So they would see a $74 or 2.9% increase there. For voter-approved debt, the millage rate would actually go down, because as our tax base increases, the debt service rate goes down to pay for the same payment. So that would be a decrease of $15 or 9.4%. For stormwater assessment, understanding we have a significant number of capital projects that we're trying to support through debt financing, we're planning on increasing that by 15%, and we'll talk more about that when we do our revenue sufficiency rate modeling. And so that would result in a $49 increase or 15%. And we just spoke about fire assessment, which would be a $75 or 22% increase to our neighbors. And that would equate to $183 or around $15 per month, $15.25 per month.
For a $641,000 house.
For a $641,000 house, yeah. So that's an overview. Any questions on this? Okay, so I'll highlight a few of the driving factors between general fund expense increases. As in prior years, public safety expenses are increasing the largest in terms of the category, $17.4 million. And then salary and benefits in terms of a category, which is $19.3 million. They drive the majority of the expense increases from 25 to 26. Also of note is a new debt service payment that we anticipate to come online this coming year of $3.2 million. That's to support the extra funding that we needed to issue to complete the police headquarters. And also $1.9 million increase in scheduled capital equipment plan replacements. Yvette will be talking a little bit more about that later in the presentation, but we want to make sure for every equipment purchase that we make that we replace it timely so that we have our equipment in good working order. The CIP fund had some fund balance, so we were able to decrease the transfer to that fund while keeping the same level of investment in our capital plan. And There's $1.5 million reduction this year in the funds that we are appropriating for microtransit, and that's because surtax can now support those expenses. Also of note is a $1.1 million reduction in the special obligation loans due to refinancing and some savings we saw there. And finally, the CRA, the partial extension of the CRA resulted in a partial reduction offset by increase in costs in the central city, or increase in taxable values in both the central city and the Northwest Progresso area, resulting in a net decrease transfer from the general fund of $4.6 million. Okay, and key revenue changes from 25. The highlights here are, in addition to ad valorem and fire assessment revenue increases, other notable increases include increases in franchise fees and utility fees. These are fees that are paid directly by our neighbors, and it's really the increase in the costs that you're paying to FPL or People's Gas are increasing, and the increase in use as we get additional revenues and visitors to our city. Also, there's one-time revenue associated with the PFAS settlement that the manager mentioned. In 2026, we anticipate that amount to be around $4.8 million. And we also...
That doesn't end there, right? There's still more money coming from that settlement, correct?
There's money in fiscal year 25 that we anticipate at about $14.3 million, and we'll be bringing a budget amendment to that effect.
For 25?
For fiscal year 25.
The current year?
Yes. 14.3 million.
Are we going to discuss that at some point?
We certainly can, and this might be an opportunity to do so.
So perhaps at the end of your presentation, we can talk about that.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
All right, and another notable increase is the increase in cost allocation charges to other funds based upon services provided by our general fund internal service, like HR, Office of Management and Budget, Finance, and those sort of services. And then also there's a decrease in appropriated fund balance in the amount of $4.6 million, which is an amount we used to help to balance the budget last year. So all in all, that left some funds available that the manager and team were able to strategically invest to be aligned with the City Commission's priorities. And I'm going to share the presentation with Yvette Matthews, who get to share that fun overview with you.
Awesome. Thank you, Laura. Yvette Matthews, Acting Director of the Office of Management and Budget. And Mayor, you asked about PFAS settlement funding that comes in future years. It's about $1 million for the next 4 years, and then it steps down to about $600,000 for another about 4 years. So,
but is there a current? The city manager indicated there's an amount of money.
$14 million, yes.
Is that in addition to the $4.8 million?
Yes. So we're anticipating the $14 million this fiscal year, and what the manager was referencing is there's been a discussion about how we can utilize those funds to advance some of our capital project needs. And then this budget includes the $4.8 million that's anticipated for next year.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Awesome. So I get to talk about some of the enhancements that we're making this year. And it's really exciting, the efforts that are being made. They focus on a lot of the different needs that we've heard from the community, both through our neighbor survey. We've heard from the commission through commission goal setting. And so I've highlighted a few of them, but the full listing is available in the preliminary budget memo. So if you'd like to do a deeper dive, all of that information is available in attachment 2. So in the city manager's office, the enhancements really focus on 3 things: homelessness, economic development, as well as providing assistance to our neighbors. In homelessness, we're expanding our supportive services, our sheltering services programs in 2 different ways. The first way is providing some condition-based services for individuals. So individuals that are experiencing substance abuse challenges as well as mental health challenges, really targeting those populations to ensure that they have access to housing that can provide some stability as they're making that transition, as well as funding for a safe parking pilot program. This has come before the commission a few times. Really, this funding is to give the city an opportunity to see whether or not that pilot program would be an effective use for the city. Under economic development, we have the airport workforce training program build out. A lot of this is one-time related expenses, but it's to build out a program where we would be able to train aviation technicians. This is something that we've seen in a lot of our economic development studies as well. This budget also includes funding to continue student scholarships, as well as a new program. It's called Municipal Services Affordability Program, but really this is our water affordability program. And the idea is to help our neighbors that are unable to meet their water bill, providing up to $300 a year in financial support. So this really has an opportunity to impact up to 500 families. On the development services side, we've, for the last few years, talked about how we build out cultural affairs. This budget realizes that vision by providing a couple of different funding sources. A funding source for temporary and permanent art installation, as well as sponsorship of art programs and art activation events, as well as some administrative support for that program to really make sure that the Commission's vision on cultural affairs is brought to fruition. There's also funding for the Sailboat Bend Historic District, as well as the Hemmershey District for small street activation plans. These are really small funding sources that are intended to activate these areas and provide the funding that's needed to make sure that we're really realizing the vision that we had for these areas. And finally, the finance department for the last 8 years has really been operating with the same staffing level for their accounting and financial reporting team. Even though the city has seen tremendous growth, we've implemented a new ERP system. This budget provides 2 additional accountant positions to ensure that we have the resources to make sure that we're maximizing the use of our ERP system and effectively processing the transactions that are coming before the city.
Could I jump in on that?
Yes, sir.
Because the whole idea of an ERP system is to enhance efficiencies and reduce the headcount. Mm-hmm. We don't put in ERP systems and then hire more people. So help me understand that. This is counterintuitive.
Yeah, so there are 2 things that happen with the implementation of Infor. The first is we realize that as we're actually handling the bank reconciliations and the posting associated with Infor, before we could handle a lot of things in batches. The current system really does line item transactions, which does require additional staff time and really staff time on the finance side to make sure that those transactions are appropriately accounted for. And while we have received some efficiencies with the implementation of Infor, specifically on the department side and the way that we're able to report information, growth of the city has tremendously increased the number of payments that we're processing, capital projects that we're dealing with, and the complexity of the transactions that we're dealing with. So it's really a twofold system. It's one, the line item details that we're now dealing with in the new system, which is great from a reporting standpoint. We couldn't have this robust reporting without that line item detail, but it also does create some additional staff effort associated with it.
Okay. I've just never gone through a system implementation that requires us to hire more people. Again, the whole idea of an ERP is less people.
I know.
But that also just points to the fact that we bought the wrong ERP system, but that's okay. That's a whole other conversation for another day.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? I have a couple questions.
Oh, yes, sir.
So let's go back to the first part of that under the city manager's office.
Yep.
Can you give us more clarity on the homeless supportive shelter services for $250,000? What does that entail?
I will actually turn it over to Chris Cooper, who is extremely passionate about this program, and let him have an opportunity to share more about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor Commissioners. Chris Cooper, Acting Assistant City Manager. What this funding will do is extend a program we've partnered with for several months now that we've partnered with through a grant from the state. It's Fellowship Recovery Residences and Homes United, which provides emergency shelter but also mental health services. So our grant ends on June 30th, and these providers have provided us with good service. It's been a positive experience, so this would extend that through the next fiscal year.
So this is going to cover housing as well as supportive services?
Correct.
Okay. And this is supplemental to a budget we already have, or this is the entire budget?
So this would be the entire budget for the year. We believe that the volume that we've used these services at this year, this would fund the need going into next year. So what this would do is it would add to our resources for shelter services. The commission currently funds, and we just extended the agreement for a year with a facility in Hollywood, which is called the Caring Place, and that provides supportive services and emergency shelter services. This adds to our toolkit, services related again towards shelter with substance abuse services, treatment, as well as services with mental health treatment. So it broadens and it diversifies our opportunities to refer folks that we encounter that are in need and ready for services.
Okay. The next item, Safe Parking Pilot Program. What is that?
So when we've made presentations in the past to commission about other potential avenues for folks that might be in need, and as a way to get them into into services, that safe parking would be an opportunity to do that. We know that there are folks in the community that do sleep and live in their cars in various places. A lot of times they're behind shopping centers or businesses within our community, and when they do that, they're doing it just to sleep, but they're not getting the services they may need to transition into a more permanent housing situation. So this would fund a pilot program for us for a year to figure out if this program works for us as a city, if it is beneficial, and to see if it's something that we would want to engage in into the future on a more permanent basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Anyone else have any questions on these items?
So I have just one more list.
Keep going. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Of enhancements. And really within our fire rescue department, one of the things that the chief was extremely passionate about was an officer development program. This is intended to be a 2-year program. As we had an influx of new fire rescue personnel, the chief wanted to make sure that we were positioning them for long-term success within our organization. And so this will be about $300,000 for 2 years for that program. There's also funding in here for a classification and compensation study. You've heard a lot about turnover within our organization and some challenges with recruiting. The intent here is to make sure that we're well positioned not only to recruit staff, but also to retain staff with a competitive compensation package. And then the last thing that's on here for parks is we're starting the build out of a smart irrigation controller program for some of our medians. So we started this program a few years ago where we expanded how we were beautifying our medians. This allows us to use solar powered irrigation controllers, which will allow us to determine when we should be actually watering our medians to enhance the beautification, but also to reduce our water usage. So this program is actually going to pay for itself over a 3-year period with the water savings that accompanies it.
Mayor, sorry, I just had a question there.
Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you. The one-time FIFA World Cup and U.S. Semi-Quincentennial. Can you tell me a little bit about those, please?
Absolutely. These are two very exciting events, and the mayor might want to lead this one for me, but I'll start it off. So for FIFA, we are going to be fortunate enough to host the FIFA World Cup in South Florida next year. And really, this is an opportunity to brand ourselves internationally. One of the things that you hear about FIFA is it's like 7 Super Bowls in a year. And so it's not only exposure for our city, but it's also an opportunity for our neighbors to be able to celebrate this monumental event coming to our area. And the second part of that is also next year is the 250th birthday of our country. And we're going to start off that celebration with a New Year's Eve celebration. And both of these are one-time funding, which is important to note because these aren't things that happen every year. But really, they both serve as an opportunity for us to bring our community together to celebrate these monumental events.
So, Ben, let me elaborate a little bit on what
Yvette
just said. First of all, 2 things. One, the FIFA World Cup, I want to be careful about that because there's been a lot of difficulties in moving forward with the engagement of countries and players that are coming to South Florida to participate in FIFA. Ticket sales have plummeted. The prices have plummeted because everyone's afraid to come to the United States who might find themselves in an untoward situation because they're not a U.S. national. Just recently, I understand Mayor Levine Cava hosted a reception for FIFA officials, and it was raided by ICE. So we can't have that in our city. So we have to be very careful about what we do. Also, sitting on the Tourist Development Council, there are numerous outreach attempts by FIFA to secure funding for various promotional programs for FIFA, which we have pushed back on because the actual FIFA is not taking place in Broward County. If anything, whatever games are going to be played are going to be at the Hard Rock Stadium, which are not in Broward County. The only time I understand that soccer players will be participating in Broward County would be at the Chase Stadium, but only for practice sessions, no competition play, because the stadium is much too small to accommodate the number of players. The number of spectators that would come to participate. So I'm not sure how much of that $700,000 should go towards the FIFA thing. So we have to figure that out, okay? Mm-hmm. Secondly,
could I just echo that?
Yeah,
Mayor?
go ahead.
So before you move on to the other thing, I want to chime in on that, and I want to say I agree with you completely on that. When I saw that, I've been reading about FIFA, and it's all focused on Hard Rock, which, as you say, last time I checked, is not in Broward County, let alone Fort Lauderdale. So I'm very cautious about spending money to promote something that's extraterritorial to the city and the county. If anything, that's a county or a regional kind of a thing to pay for. I don't think that's a city. I don't think that's a city event in any way, shape, or form. So,
if there was some way to capitalize on it, I'm with you. But even the TDC is pushing back on it because we don't see the benefit from it. But putting that aside for a moment, because there's further discussion to be had. The New Year's Eve celebration that I have been talking with folks about, and I believe that's what you're referring to. I want to share this with the commission. It is the 250th anniversary of the country. It's amazing. I can't believe. It seemed like yesterday I was celebrating the 200th birthday, and then I was celebrating the 200th birthday in Newport. As a matter of fact, there was a tall ships event taking place. Yes, but I met with the local executive here for Live Nation a couple of weeks ago about maybe doing a concert at the Chase Stadium with some A-list entertainers and collaborating with Inter Miami to help underwrite this and to celebrate the New Year's Eve celebration that we normally do on Himmershey Street and with the dropping of the anchor and all of that, but bring the party over to the Chase Stadium, do a much, much bigger event, and Live Nation loves the idea. So they're working on it, and they didn't ask for any money from us, but they think that they may be able to get much of it underwritten by Inter Miami. If you're listening, Inter Miami, we're knocking on your door. But no, seriously, to me, that would be a much more appropriate expenditure of funds if we have the funds to spend on such a thing, and it would certainly showcase Fort Lauderdale, being in Fort Lauderdale, and being a way to usher in 2026 as a celebration of our, is it called sesquicentennial?
So one of our amazing analysts actually found this word, and I Googled it 3 times. So yes, it seems like you got it right. I was afraid to say it out loud.
Is that what it is? Yes, sesquicentennial. Yeah.
Mayor, if I could just add a little bit more clarity around the FIFA World Cup activation, it would be about $350,000 out of that $700,000 figure that you see, and it's truly an international sports tourism and economic development opportunity.
What would we spend
we would
it
like
on?
to leverage our financial commitment with Visit Lauderdale and Broward County. My understanding is that the request to the county will be discussed in August, and the request is about $2.5 million. So our $150,000 would just be to supplement and to ensure that Fort Lauderdale has a stake in whatever activations come out of that.
Okay. But having this came up at a discussion at the last Tourist Development Council meeting, and the general sentiment was, what are we getting out of it? So even though the ask is for $2.5 million, I would want to hold back and wait and see exactly what that money's going to go towards and how we're going to profit from that. Because honestly, personally, I don't see any gain from it when nothing's happening in Fort Lauderdale, nothing's happening at Chase Stadium of consequence. So if it's all happening in Miami-Dade County, and even Miami-Dade County is only one of many places one of many venues where soccer competition is taking place. And also in our venerable Sun Sentinel this past week, it was reported that ticket sales, which started out at $360 a piece, are now down to $35 to $50 a piece because people are not buying the tickets because they're afraid to come to the U.S., and especially those countries where travel is now banned completely. We're seeing a diminished demand for these games, which is a shame, but it's a reality. So anyway, I appreciate your wanting to participate, but let's just walk towards this effort gingerly, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, thanks, and that's why I brought it up. So yeah, I'd like greater fidelity on that, and Raquel, I'd like to better understand what FIFA's desires are and so forth. So I'd just like to be included in those discussions. Thanks.
Certainly.
And Mayor, I might add from the BAB's perspective on that, we questioned that in detail too last week when this was presented, and we had some of the same concerns, making sure especially that the county, which receives so much more from the hotel and bed tax and what we get back, and now we're putting some skin in their game to support that the county makes, if we go this avenue and do this, that the county steps up and contributes significantly as well.
Well, the tourist development tax income certainly goes into that account, through the bed tax collections. So what portion of that do we get? Nothing, right? So so there's definitely a return on investment for them. Ours is less tangible, we'll say, and so we'll see. We'll see how it
branding of Fort Lauderdale and what we have to offer.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
Thank you.
I mean, if there's a host hotel, for example, on the beach, if they pick one of the hotels like Conrad or Four Seasons or whatever, and they're saying this is going to be a host hotel for this team or something like that, but I still don't know. I don't see how we've benefited from that. But again, as this subject is further discussed, we'll just see what the county's response is, and again on the TDC, we'll see what we ultimately decide to do. Thank you, Yvette.
Awesome. In the police department, you'll see a few one-time related expenses for special events, technology enhancements. These are really intended to be more force multipliers for the police department, bringing everything from LPR or license plate readers to cameras to support their ability to monitor activity in given areas. And the other one the city manager spoke to when she was giving her opening remarks, and it's really on special events overtime. So over the years, the amount of effort or amount of staffing that our police department has had to put forth to make sure that we're secure at these larger and larger special events has increased. And so what this budget does is memorialize the contribution that they're already making to make sure that the budget is reflective of that amount. And this amount was generated using historic actuals, so it's aligned with what we've seen over the last few years. And then there's a position. Yes, sir.
Can I comment?
Of
course. This past week, what's today? Tuesday? So I guess it was Monday. I visited Nova Southeastern University and was given another tour of the Innovation Center there. And they have some technology there that I really invite our our police chief, our fire chief, and our city manager to go witness. It makes the license plate reader program look juvenile compared to the technologies that now exist to be able to enhance the safety features for our entire city. So this budget may seem too small for what the possibilities are, and I think that in fact, the person who gave me the tour was Kelly Shanley, who is now, he's now evolved into a completely different role, and it was amazing what they have there to be able to map out hotspots in real time using advanced technology, and to be able to really keep folks in our city as safe as possible. So at some point we'll hook you all up, and we'll see where that money actually can best be spent. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yvette, sorry, if
yes,
I could
sir.
just go back. Thanks. So a couple questions. One, Raquel, are we doing an analysis of deploying ShotSpotter citywide and the cost that would be?
Yes, that is something that we are exploring. I know that our ShotSpotter locations right now have been positioned based on data, and so we can definitely expand that program, but it would need that analysis to be completed.
Okay, and we're working on that. Great, thanks. And then are there, with the special event overtime, what are some of them are obviously very intuitive, but possibilities to try to lessen that expenditure? Are there any ways to find some cost savings there?
Come on, Chief.
Just in
How are you going to
general,
save us a couple $1 million?
in general, on the overtime front, looking at special events as well as overtime that is incurred on a regular basis, we're looking at some mitigation strategies. Our police department and each bureau has come up with some strategies that are currently being implemented because we're seeing some overages in overtime expenditures. And so one of the primary ways that we can reduce special event overtime is to reduce the number of special events that we have, and I'll allow the chief to add to that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Bill Schultz, Chief of Police. Commissioner Glassman, go Panthers. Yes, absolutely what the city manager just stated. And also, it's important to consider, in my tenure here, I'm in my 24th year of service, the number of events, both city-sponsored and privately funded, have just grown exponentially. But each year, the challenges of protecting those events becomes more and more intensive for police. For instance, during the Stonewall Pride Parade this past weekend, because of the increased presence of screening, metal detection, and security, an individual was stopped as they entered the event. That's what we're planning for now.
But explain what he was carrying.
He was carrying a loaded weapon with loaded magazines in addition to that.
Right. And
Yes.
he passed through the metal detector.
Correct.
But the police officers detected something more, and they took him aside and they frisked him, and that's how they found out.
Yes.
In the past, had they not budgeted for extra personnel, that person might have gone through
Correct.
and created havoc. So,
Budgeted for metal detection
Right.
and extra personnel both.
Right.
So as we begin to, every year when we begin to look at our current existing events, and especially new events that are coming, there are new challenges each year to secure those events. And that's exactly what the city manager touched on, and that's what we're working together to determine what level do we need, how much is that going to cost in sworn personnel versus non-sworn, say, traffic control personnel. Those are all considerations that we take into when we're planning every event.
Yeah. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, this is another reason why I think we really need to take a hard look at the number of events we have in the city and really reduce the number of events and have caps on number of events. It's from the infrastructure wear and tear to police, demands that we're putting on them. I think for all these reasons, we've really got to do a better job of that. And Raquel, where are we in I think it's going to Parks and Rec for a suggestion of evaluating, limiting the number of events and increasing the permit fees?
I believe that we'll be coming back to the commission after the break with feedback from the advisory board as it relates to sponsorships, number of events, and those particulars.
Okay. All right, great. I think this just underscores the need to really evaluate to be more financially appropriate. So, okay, Mayor, thank you.
You're welcome. Let me ask you a question about this overtime expenditure. Don't we have cost recovery? Like if there's an organization that is going to have an event and they get a permit, don't we build in cost recovery?
So the special event overtime that we're referring to are the city's special events, the ones in which we're hosting them ourselves. So our 4th of July, those type of events, as well as spring break is the other major cost driver.
Okay.
So it's not something that's sponsored by another organization. It's really the city is the organization that's putting on the event.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'll kind of speed up just a little bit to make sure that we still have sufficient time for the BAB to share their comments. But in the preliminary budget memo, it highlights a few things. It highlights your commission priorities related to public safety. And we just want to note that we've added 91 sworn personnel in our police and fire department since 2023. This year, the city manager really focused on infrastructure, support personnel, and equipment to make sure that our public safety departments are fully equipped and staffed and ready to serve our neighbors. There's a highlight in the packet, which is your attachment 5 on our homelessness response. Chris gave a really good overview of some of the new initiatives that we have, but really we put $13 million into homelessness response this year, or we're anticipating next year. That includes $3.3 million from the general fund, as well as $9.7 million from grant funding. And it's important to note that it's not just our response to homelessness, but also preventing future homelessness. It's something that we aim for with our grant-supported funding. And then this year, the commission added a new priority related to the enjoyment of our public waterways and continued your focus on resilience for the city. And so attachment 6 of the preliminary budget memo really goes into detail about the funding that's aligned for those items. And it includes everything from a new solar panel pilot program, as well as electric vehicle charging stations, and then for our enjoyment of the waterways, increasing the water quality testing and the point source testing or mapping that we'll be doing over the next year. In your attachment 3, there's a full list of how the various funding aligns with the commission priorities, but you've heard about the things that we're doing to bolster our thriving communities, as well as our public spaces and cultural initiatives. And Commissioner Sorensen asked about the number of events, or was concerned about the number of events. We have 33 city-hosted events. That is $2.7 million in operational funding, $600,000 in police security-related expenses. This doesn't include the $1.2 million that we provide in police security expenses related to spring break. And this is just a quick snapshot of those events. You've seen this list year over year. The 2 additions this year would be the 150th anniversary New Year's Eve celebration, as well as the FIFA, which we've discussed already. And finally, as we look to our community investment plan, which is how we outline to our neighbors over the next 5 years what we'll be doing to build our infrastructure, you'll notice that we're keeping our commitment to sidewalks, streets, seawalls. It's starting this year for sidewalks at $1.5 million. By 2030, that amount is growing to $3.6 million. In addition to some of the new investments that we're making, which Laura discussed in our fire stations. So we have 3 fire stations that we're providing capital funding for this year, as well as bridge restorations and bridge replacements as well. And this is just a quick snapshot of over the next 5 years, so the next 4, what other investments we're making. The full listing is available in the preliminary budget memo in attachment 8 so that you can see the 5-year schedule. And finally, replacement plans, we've really invested in this from a staff perspective over the last few years. We wanted to make sure that even if we're making a commitment in 1 year, that the equipment that we're buying will be prepared to replace when it's time to replace it, so that our public safety personnel, our public works personnel are not using aged equipment. They're always using equipment that is prepared for them to do the job that they're intended to do. And so we have everything, replacement plans for everything from our service animals to our license plate readers, in IT, our laptops, and our radio related equipment. All of these things, we're not just preparing for today and tomorrow, we're really preparing for the years to come to make sure that we continue to be not only financially sustainable, but also have the equipment that we need to excel at our roles. Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry to interrupt.
Mm-hmm.
With regards to the replacement plan, so, and maybe Raquel can also chime in, where are we with regards to the Las Olas garage and also the beach wave wall? These are two projects that have been just hanging around forever and ever and ever and ever. And really, we need to get them repaired and replaced and fixed. And I just would love to know where we are. I know we have outside counsel with regards to the Las Olas garage. And I also know that we're waiting for some other proposals and agenda items with regards to the wave wall. But
yes.
I'd just love to know where we are and if we are going to have the funds in this fiscal year coming up to deal with that, hopefully even in fiscal year 2025, actually.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Carl Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. As it relates to the wave wall, we actually had conversations today that is going out for solicitation. I anticipate that to go out this week. I just had a conversation with our procurement manager. We currently have the test area done, which is directly across from the loop, which is done. I was also made aware that we don't specifically have funding for the wave ball, but we will be using facility funding to fund it, and that is our plan to address the area. So that is in the works.
Carl, when do you see that wave wall lighting actually coming to fruition?
So based on our past efforts, if we're able to get a qualified vendor to perform the work, it'll be 30 days if we go out to bid. I'm going to use July just as an example. August, we'll have to, do the pre-bids, review of those solicitations. Then we'll start to identify that vendor, do the selection committee portion of it. Once we have that dollar amount and we can fit within our budget, we will then proceed forward with the vendor to do the work. I'm kind of hesitant to give you an exact time because I know this has been a long-standing project, but it is my hope that towards the end of this year that project will start.
Okay, great. Thank you.
But do we know what product is available? We're not going to use the same product, so it's not just going out to bid. Do we have specifications? Do we have a product in mind, or are we just going to be an unsolicited proposal that we're seeking?
So we actually have both. So that we have received an unsolicited proposal for it, and that's kind of like our backup plan if this particular doesn't go through.
Okay.
But we did revise those plans associated with this upcoming bid from the past.
Okay. Now let's go to the second question the commissioner asked. Let's talk about the Las Olas garage. They've gotten their people out there. We've gotten our people out there. And what's the status? Glenn, what's going on?
Good afternoon, Milos Mojstorovic, Acting Director for Cities Transportation and Mobility Department. So for Las Olas Garage, we had a solicitation that was posted out there a couple of weeks ago. We received 8 proposals that are basically with the goal of repairing facade decorative lights. Evaluation committee will be meeting within the next 4 weeks or so, I believe mid-July, to go over the proposals, and we plan on coming back to you with our recommendations related to the proposals. There is about $3 million that we do have if we receive a direction from the City Commission to go ahead and repair the lights. Now, there is a separate and connected effort which is led by our City Attorney's Office that has to do with the warranty.
Right, not just the lights, but also the screening.
That is right. So the solicitation was really focused on repairing of the decorative lights and not the screening.
Okay, but we've been dancing around this issue for several years now, and we need to make a decision. They had their experts out there. We had our experts out there. It's been months have passed. What is going on with regard to their liability to compensate the city for the defective lighting system?
Dwayne Spence, interim city attorney. We're still in the process of the 558 process. I have gotten an update from my outside counsel in terms of the where we are in that process. Their experts are now digging into some of the mechanical details.
Okay, wait. I've been hearing this now since the beginning of the year. Mm-hmm. We've got to make a decision about moving forward on this. We need to sue them. This is getting, we can't keep going back and forth and waiting for them to do nothing.
So
when are we going to make a decision?
We've agreed to enter into this process with regards to construction defects, and we've entered into a tolling agreement that expires at the end, mid-July, July 12th.
Of 2025.
2025. We can agree not to extend that agreement. I can schedule,
that's 3-4 weeks away.
Okay.
I mean, when are we going to realize that, the time is not on our side anymore? We need to do something. And this is a multi-million-dollar problem that the city is not going to pay for. So we need to, I don't know who our outside counsel are. I mean, we've met him, but this has been a very, very long period of time. This should not be taking this long. I think they think they're going to wear us down and we're going to forget about it, and we're not going to forget about it. So we need to do something aggressively on this. And I don't know what we're waiting for, because it's been months since their experts have come back with their own conclusions. Ours have had our experts have made their conclusions. Why nothing's happened in the meantime, I have no idea. So we need answers, right? When can we have a response?
Is the 558 issue dealing with the lighting and the mesh, the screening, both of those items?
That's correct. It's dealing with both issues.
Okay. So what's the delay? And I'm just parroting what we're hearing from the community, by the way. I'm tired of being accosted on the beach, what's happening with our lights? And I don't have an answer for that.
So I think you gave directive to staff in terms of moving forward with a procurement process to replace the lights, although our council advised to wait until the process is completed.
What process, though, Dwayne? When does the process end?
Well, it's a complicated light system. It's a complicated meshing system. So we have our expert reports that have come in. We've provided it to the parties that have been involved. They've done their site inspections. We've had 2 site inspections, and presently their experts have requested, the last site inspection was in March of this year. Their experts are now reviewing certain components, and once the period ends, we enter into our pre-suit mediation segment of this process.
So are our rights compromised by not filing suit before July 12th? Is that become a statute of limitations deadline?
No.
It does not. Are we still within our rights under the statute of limitations to file a lawsuit to make our claim against the company that provided this product?
Yes, because we've entered into this construction defect process, we have to exhaust this remedy before. This is a process that goes before the actual filing of the lawsuit.
Okay, and so when is that process going to begin, this pre-suit mediation?
We expect that to begin in July.
Okay. And is there a deadline within which time that has to come to some kind of conclusion? Do we know that yet?
We do not.
Okay. So can we hear back from your office by next meeting as to a timetable that we can anticipate in order to bring closure to this? Because procurement alone is not a solution. We know where we can buy new lights. Who's paying for them is the issue. And we've been dancing around on this for several years, not months, years. And we need to bring closure to this. We need to put their feet to the fire and say, look, you gave us bad stuff, it's damaged goods, you got to cough up the money, you have insurance, this is what insurance is for, we need to get this job done. These lights are dark for the last 2 years.
I'll ask Gary Brown to come to the meeting and address the commission directly.
That would be one thing, but we still need, as a city, to make a decision as how we're going to proceed going forward.
Yeah. No, thank you, Mayor. It's the reason I brought up both of these items, because this has been dragging on forever and ever and ever. And as the Las Olas Marina has really taken shape now with the marina opening and the restaurants and everything else that's happening down there as part of that entire basically that was the CRA projects that have all come to fruition. We've got to get this done. That's all. It's way too long.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Awesome. And the last slide was really just to go a little bit deeper into what the city manager referenced related to the creation of an emergency reserve. And I understand this is a little bit different of a way of looking at it from the way our organization has historically looked at our use of fund balance. So we have a 25% fund balance target, which is what we strive to maintain. Really what we're seeing, not only in our city, but across the country, is increased volatility associated with the effects of weather-related events, the effects of some of the changes on the federal level related to how the federal government will support organizations through weather-related events. And so the idea here is to create an emergency reserve, which just speaks to the fact that we have funds that we are prepared to use in response to any of those critical weather-related events. The BAB provided some really good feedback about making sure that we're setting aside or establishing guidelines on how these funds would be used and how we're going to maintain this fund. And so that is something that we'll be working with the BAB on over the next few months. We'll share that information with them. But we know that just looking at our fund balance from the way that we use it today as more of a savings account to be able to quickly respond to increased capital needs, to be able to leverage grant opportunities. This fiscal year alone, we spent $14.5 million just on those two areas alone. We really wanted to make sure that we had an emergency reserve that's set aside for those events that go above and beyond just our regular occurrences.
Well, and so Yvette, hasn't it been our practice in the past that we dip into the fund balance? Let's say, for example, there's a hurricane, God forbid, and we have to dip into the fund balance in anticipation of getting reimbursed through FEMA or some other federal agency. We may not have that luxury going forward. That's what you're telling us today.
Exactly. And we're not sure what that's going to look like. Things are changing day by day, and we just want to make sure that we're prepared for whatever it looks like. A really good example is Irma. It's been about 7 years since we had that hurricane, but the city spent in general fund dollars about $3.6 million in response to that. The federal government supported us at the time with about $24 million. And so, understanding the changes in what the federal support may look like, we just want to make sure that we're prepared to respond to whatever may come.
Got it.
Just to chime in on that, I shared with staff my thoughts on this. I'm strongly opposed to this. The whole point of our rather excessive 25% fund balance is for those unanticipated, unforeseen emergencies. We don't need a reserve on top of reserve. As far as I'm concerned, we have overtaxed our residents as it is. We've taken money out of the taxpayers' pockets and we put it into our savings account. We take it out of their savings account. We put it into our savings account. The GFOA recommended reserve is 16.7%. I know. I was here when we established it, because when I first got here, it was 7%. Now we're at 25%. Now we're going to be roughly at 30%. When does it end? I think this is outrageous, and I firmly think this is a step in the wrong direction. We do not need to be set aside additional funds.
But I thought this wasn't burdening the taxpayer. This is coming from the PFAS settlement, is it not?
So that's the way that we've approached it, Commissioner. We anticipate $4.8 million from the PFAS settlement next fiscal year, and so that is the equivalent amount that we would like to dedicate to the Emergency Management Reserve.
But funds are fungible, so the more we take away from the taxpayers to build up reserves. So let me throw something out there that doesn't seem to ever be considered by anybody. We cut the millage. Okay, if we have all this money sitting in reserves, guess what? Cut the millage, folks. Let's give our taxpayers a sorely needed break as we're raising our fire assessment fees, as all other costs are going up. Let's give the taxpayers a break.
So let me ask you then. So sure. what would be your answer then if, God forbid, a hurricane should come through our city, should cause significant damage? FEMA is eliminated. What is your solution? What are you going to tell the people? Do a special assessment on everybody's house in order to pay for this?
So I'm pretty sure out of the $100 million that we've got in reserves, we can handle $3 million of costs, Mayor.
Well, let me tell you this. When we had the flood in April of 2023, we received about $33 million from FEMA. Mm-hmm. Now, that's not going to be available. So
I dispute that. I think that's absolutely uncalled for to think that FEMA is not going to be there for anybody ever in the case of a stratigraphic.
In the House bill, it's been defunded completely. Right. Why are you saying these things?
Because
it's a myth for you to bring.
No, I think it's a myth to assume that FEMA is not going to be there for natural disasters. I think that's.
Well, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
I think that's pandering. I'm sorry.
Let me give you an example. This past spring, there were numerous tornadoes that went through the Midwest, in particular Arkansas. And when the governor of Arkansas, who happens to be a very good friend of the administration, applied for money, she was rejected 3 times, saying that you didn't suffer enough. Finally, when she made a call directly to the president, they finally released funds. But all the other states, Kentucky and Indiana and all those other states that applied for funds were never given funds.
Well, lucky us that Mar-a-Lago is about 30 minutes away from Fort Lauderdale. So I think if the hurricane hits here, it's going to hit Palm Beach County as well.
Well, I just think that would be mismanagement of funds, and I couldn't possibly support your position. But go ahead.
That's okay. I still think it's financially irresponsible, and I want to be on the record as having said that. Thank you.
I think it's financially irresponsible not to do it and not to be prepared. I'm not having a lot of confidence in federal programs. I'm not even having a lot of confidence in state programs. I think that we have to be really, really self-sufficient, and I would much rather see us be a little bit over-prepared. And again, this is not a tax burden on the taxpayers because this is money that's coming from the PFAS settlement. And by the way, I'm going to take a lot of credit for that. I'll say that right now. I don't think if it wasn't for my office, we would even have this $25 million in PFAS settlement. I believe I'm the only commissioner who decided to meet with these people. And then we passed it on to the mayor's office, and then we went through the city attorney's office and the city manager's office. And lo and behold, we have, is it $25 million, Raquel?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. So
I don't think
you're
you can
welcome,
take I'm
very happy that we have it.
Will someone please go order a pizza for the commissioner? Thanks.
I'm very happy that we have it. I'm very happy that my office took the initiative to get it and to join that class action suit. And I think that this is a good use of $4.8 million for the reserve for emergency management. I really do. Thank you.
Okay.
And that concludes my presentation.
You're a very controversial figure.
I know. So I would like to turn it over to the Budget Advisory Board Chair. They made some recommendations or some motions associated with this preliminary budget that they would like to share with you. And then we have Stantec Consulting that is going to give you some insight in how this budget sets us up for long-term financial sustainability.
Before we do that, I want to get back to that, though, because this does impact the taxpayers. We can take this money and we can pay down debt. When we pay down debt, we reduce our voter-funded millage. So, yes, it does impact the millage rate, Commissioner. All the funds essentially have the same impact. Doesn't matter what you call it. At the end of the day, if we use these funds to pay down debt, guess what we're doing? We're reducing the impact on our taxpayers. So to say that this has absolutely no impact on our taxpayers is a mischaracterization and a misunderstanding of how governmental funding and budgeting works.
I don't think there's any misunderstanding.
I think there is.
I think
there is.
everybody understands how budgeting works.
No, I don't think you do, actually.
Okay. Well, we can go back and forth. Yes, I do. No, you don't. Yes, I do. No, you don't.
Well, I'm the only one who's been a budget officer up here, Mayor, not you.
Well,
and we saw how well that worked out.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Wait, right up until the point you fired me, guys, it was going great.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
Just terrific.
Anyway.
Just terrific.
Anyway, the point is that we'll be making policy decisions, and we're going to try to respond to many of the community needs and demands for infrastructure improvements, sidewalks, roadways, everything that our community has asked and sought for. So, I don't think a millage rate reduction is appropriate at this time. I think if we do have these monies, we should start applying these funds towards the things that the city needs. We're a growing community. We have failing infrastructure that has been unaddressed for many, many years, and let's hope that we can be judicious in how we appropriate it going forward. That's what we're talking about. You don't think that it's appropriate to hold money back in case we haven't had a hurricane in 20 years? You don't think that the chances of our getting a hurricane are pending? That
we have more than enough cash to manage it, Mayor. So
Okay.
spend it on infrastructure. I agree with you. Great use of it.
Okay.
We have needs for sidewalks. We have need for street repavings. We've got more unmet infrastructure needs than we can count. Let's look at our CIP plan and let's talk about what's in the out years that's not getting funded. So great. I love that idea, Mayor. And I proudly support you to take this and target it towards infrastructure needs, which we know are throughout the city. Great idea.
All right. Thank you. Does that conclude? Does the Budget Advisory Board have any comments with regard to the presentation?
Communications.
Yes.
Following that discussion is the number one. Communication is that the BAB.
Is this on the afternoon agenda? Your communications.
So
Hold on.
The communication had not been drafted with the minutes because the meeting just occurred, and so we will submit that to the commission in writing. But at this time, I think they want to verbally report on on their recommendations.
We do support the establishment of the emergency reserve fund, as mentioned, with some guidelines, either codify it to an ordinance as to how the ways to spend it and the funding of that. And the reason was some of the concerns was when you establish funds, what other states, municipalities in previous years, when you create like pension funds, and they come and they, for lack of a better word, will rob that money to fund other projects. We saw that with some of the water sewer funds in the past, with our own city taking money around to shore up the operating budget. So we would support it, but we also want some strong sideboards to it. And it's clearly with this current at the federal level, it's been stated that more responsibility is being thrown back on response and recovery to state and local governments. So we're going to have to step up to the plate if we have a disaster. It's clear, it's been communicated to that. The second piece is we recommend and support the fire assessment fee to the full cost recovery. That's going to be that's included in the preliminary budget of the increase of $75. And then the third piece is that we support no millage increase this year for the 19th consecutive year. We feel that based on the preliminary budget as drafted by the city manager and by staff, that we do have a balanced budget. Yes, there's some fine tuning to it, but we can live within our means with the current millage rate as established today. In closing, I would just like to say we still have some concerns, as was previously discussed, on the number of special events and the cost of those special events. We also still have concerns about the non-for-profit process. And we're going to, it's been raised for several times, but we will be coming back to you at a later date after we do some additional review of the fees that the city's currently charging. Some have not been evaluated for a number of years, and see if they're still proportionate to what's being charged, or should they be readjusted, either increased or decreased based on the Revenue Review Committee's review process. And then also we still strongly encourage looking at sponsorships for events and brand and naming rights. I think we're missing a big opportunity to get revenue in to help alleviate some of the additional costs that we face in the future. And then just a final point, I'd just like to thank, on behalf of the BAB, all the directors and budget and financing staff. The directors this year, they all came in. They really came in lean. They didn't ask for a lot. Which was good. It really showed that they were asking for what truly keeps them awake at night. So that's why we can support no millage increase, the increase in the fire assessment fee, and the established emergency fund. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Anyone from the committee have any other comments? You're all good? Great.
I think the biggest eye-opener really...
If you want.
Sorry, I was just Melissa Milroy with the BAB. I just think the biggest eye-opener will be the presentation from Stantec, because there are so many capital projects that need to be done, and I think when you take a look at the millage going forward over the next 10 years, I think you're going to have a hard discussion going forward about that. And I do agree with you on so many points, like you discussed FIFA. I think I'll just say a waste of money. But the 250th celebration, you're talking about a New Year's Eve celebration. I think you could also look at adding additional money maybe to the 4th of July in 2026 as well, since it's the 250th celebration. And I fully support the public safety. I think our police, you talk about special events, but these are city events and city-sponsored events. And I think you can't put a price on having, protecting the public safety of our residents. So I fully support all of the initiatives that they brought forward.
Okay, great.
I just want to say thank you to our chair, Chair Brown. He's done a great job in leading us, and also to the city manager for leading her staff and these presentations. They've done a wonderful job, too.
Great, thank you.
Lori Bells, and I think I just want to go on record, too, with the events. I know they're under a lot of scrutiny, but I want us to look at those as opportunities to bring our communities together. There's also some of those events, particularly in some of the districts, that help to generate revenue for businesses in those areas, and also bring people to areas. So I really want you to consider, when you look at those events, to consider the impact, because I think what we love about Fort Lauderdale is that big small town feeling of it, and those events are crucial to bringing communities together, and also supporting businesses in areas too.
I would add, sorry, Olivier Carré, to that I think the idea is to be more selective, not necessarily having more events, and maybe have a sort of a P&L approach, event by event, in terms of recovery and also opportunities for increased revenue, including sponsorship opportunities that I believe we're missing. And there's a private sector approach that we need to have there.
So what you just saw was what we do in our BAB meetings. We have robust discussions, and that's what's a great asset to this community and to the members of the BAB. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to ask Bill a question, because I don't know how many people know about Bill's expertise, but Bill, I know that you travel the country whenever there are storms, and you've done a yeoman's job with regards to being a chief out there for FEMA work. I want to hear what your thought is personally. You know what's going on in the field. You know what's happening. With regards to our emergency management reserve that's being proposed by the city manager, do you see that as a redundancy? Do you see that as just something we don't need because of already what we've built up in terms of our reserves? But what are your thoughts, your gut reaction to that, being out in the field and doing this work whenever there's a storm?
Well, my personal thank you for those remarks, for the introduction. Yes, I'm a member of the FEMA's Urban Search and Rescue Incident Management Support Team that gets deployed on all presidential disasters, one of 3 teams. The funding mechanism that in the past to reimburse state and local governments was at 100%, but now that's been cut back to 75-25. and then they're in the process of eliminating the Federal Emergency Management Agency. No one knows how that's going to reshape. The president did come out and say that during this hurricane season, the response will stay the same. Communications from the Florida State Emergency Management Director, recent communications that he met with the acting FEMA director last week, stated that everything will stay the same for this hurricane season as it relates to Florida in response and recovery through mutual aid and EMAC agreements. But there's still a lot of unknown. But from every indication that I'm seeing, FEMA will be either rebranded and under a different organization, and the elimination will occur.
And so your thoughts then on us incorporating this?
If we had a major hurricane, $4.8 million is not going to go very far, and it could be a $50 million response and recovery, just the city, just to get back within the 90, 120 days. And then you're having to wait 3, 4, 5 years to get federal assistance and reimbursed. That could wipe out that operating reserve fund immediately.
Okay, all right.
And the economic impact during that time, too, to our community.
I understand. Yvette, did you want to say something else?
I was just prepared to introduce our consultant, Stantec Consulting, who will be doing the next presentation that you have on this workshop agenda.
Which we're not going to do today, because we're almost at the end of our period and we have to do our conference meeting at 1:30. So I'm sorry we didn't budget this time correctly. There's no way we can do your Stantec's presentation within the time frame that's been allotted. So
can we bring them back for another presentation?
Yeah,
there?
We're going to have to do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Could I ask Bill a question? I want to follow up on that. So, Bill, I've been dealing with FEMA for 25 years, and FEMA has never been the response agency, right? So FEMA doesn't come running in with chainsaws after a hurricane. It's usually the pre-position contracts we have with firms like PBS&J years ago, Ashbrit now, Bergeron. So every time I've been involved with any of the governments I've worked with, we haven't looked to FEMA to show up with trucks and guys with the chainsaws and clear away the woody debris and clear the roadways and everything else. We've always handled that at the local level. What FEMA does is allocate funding to eventually reimburse us. And, as I'm looking at the plans here, what FEMA is talking about doing is shifting the disaster recovery responsibility to the states. So for that first on-the-ground response, and FEMA coordinating then the federal funds being allocated to the state and local governments to prioritize those areas that are most vulnerable, I'm reading off the website, to disasters. So I agree with you. FEMA can be very slow to pay. I know we've waited for years to get paid. And I know even after we've gotten paid, we've had FEMA come and claw money back from us, and we've had to go with former city manager Lee Feldman up to D.C. and kind of twist their arms to get them to not take back. I think it was $13 million back at the time. So I've had a lot of those ongoing negotiations with FEMA, but it's always been fighting over, when the check gets here and how much they're paying for. But I have never looked in all my years, and I've gone through the NIMS training and everything else. I've never looked for FEMA to hit the ground running. It's our first responders. It's our firefighters. It's our police officers. It's our public works guys. And again, it's those pre-positioned contracts with disaster recovery companies that make all that happen.
Which thank you for that recitation, because it fully supports everything that we've been saying, which is we need to have our own money in the bank to be able to do immediate recovery.
We do.
And the only problem with the scenario you just described is that FEMA is not going to be there for reimbursement anymore.
That's not true.
And if the federal government decides that it's now the responsibility of the state, I can tell you right now, there's nothing in this year's state budget that has anything to do with cost recovery for emergency responses. They've completely eliminated the entire budget for that too.
Because the federal government is not talking about cutting funding. What they're talking about is eliminating the staffing that comes along with it, the folks that do the training, and there's a lot of them that go out there
Well,
and do
you
a
must be
variety of
reading
training.
different news stories than I'm reading. Because
Apparently I am.
Okay.
Apparently, maybe I could recommend some to you.
Okay.
So
I'll stop watching Fox and I'll watch
But do you have
CNN.
any idea how much cash we have on hand at any given point in time?
It's not a discussion right now. We're finished.
It's over
Yvette,
$1 billion.
Why don't we?
So, Mayor,
Just so
I
you
just
know.
want to make sure that I communicate to you and the City Commission. On June 30th, you'll be setting the millage rate, the maximum millage rate, as well as the ad valorem rates. So the Stantec presentation usually is to help prepare you all for that discussion. We're going to work with the Stantec team to see if we can get another member to participate in advance of that meeting. But I just wanted to make sure you all were aware that the reason we bring Stantec here is to ensure that you all are able to see that information in advance of setting those rates.
And that's important, but it wasn't done. I mean, we've been here for 2 hours now, and I appreciate your presentation. Our questions were important. You've been very responsive, and I want to thank everybody for participating in this. But we can go on the rest of the afternoon with just this alone, and maybe we should have. But
Mayor, can we
do
skip-
have? Wait, but we
I
do have.
apologize,
We
Mayor.
do have another agenda and another meeting to engage in, and I'd like to bring this to a close so we can take a half an hour between now and the commencement of the conference meeting and get on with this afternoon's business. Yes, Commissioner.
So,
Vice Mayor.
what I was going to offer, Mayor, is I think this is critically important for us to have this done today if we can. I think we should perhaps consider foregoing some of the items on the conference agenda in order to accommodate Stantec's presentation. I think this is probably the most important thing we're going to discuss today. So we can forego commission reports. We can forego some of the other items on the conference agenda. Let's do the important business of government, which I think this really gets to.
How long is your presentation going to take? A half hour? An hour? All right. So let us take a recess then. What do you think? What do you think about the recommendation that we?
Well, no, I think this is. I mean, I've read it. I mean, I'm comfortable with it. I don't know. I don't think I had any extra questions, but I think that we should, if we could get it in. I don't know how long the conference meeting is going to take. It doesn't seem to be that much, actually. Maybe we could push.
Why don't we take a recess?
I think there are some things we could probably push till the 30th.
Okay, why don't we take a recess now for 30 minutes, and if you don't mind waiting that, okay, and we'll come back and we'll do a continuation of your presentation, and then we'll follow with the business of the conference meeting after that. Does that make sense to you, Raquel?
Raquel, can we mixed-use code project?
I just asked her a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, we could do that. And I don't know if it looks like Commissioner Sorensen wanted to say something.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yeah.
did you want to say anything?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. And just to finish up part of what we were just discussing, Raquel, talking about tax cuts. Raquel, what would you need to put into the budget as a draft item, the exemption from fire assessment for disabled veterans?
I believe we'd have to do an ordinance update or change to accommodate that, but I think we can budget to show the 153,000. That's something that could be accommodated in the budget. Yes.
Okay, great. Does that sound all right, Mayor?
Sounds good to me.
Great. Okay, thank you, and that sounds good in terms of hearing from Stantec. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So let us take a 30-minute recess, and then we'll reconvene and hear from Stantec, and then we'll conclude the budget workshop. You folks don't have to stay if you don't want to. I know you've got other things in your life to do. So, but the commission does want to hear from Stantec, and then we'll commence our commission conference meeting right after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bab. Great job.
Let's gather it together. Let's resume our joint city commission budget workshop, budget advisory board workshop. What's that? You can't hear me? You can't hear me now? Okay. So, Yvette, could you please bring us back to the
Absolutely, and thank you for making the time this afternoon. So with me is Kyle Stevens from Stantec Consulting, and what Stantec does is look at our current financial position and help us determine what we're going to look like over the next 10 years. This information is really intended to help you set the rates at the next meeting, the June 30th meeting, where you'll be setting the maximum millage rate in addition to the non-ad valorem assessment rates. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Kyle.
Hello, Kyle.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for making time to go through this information. As Yvette mentioned, really what we're trying to do here is dovetail with the conversations that you've been having today with regards to taking the fiscal year 26 budget and providing that snapshot going forward of the next 5 or 10 years and the dynamics that are in play with regards to ongoing sustainability. We'll be covering 8 funds today, and feel free to ask questions as we go through if there's certain topics you want to dive further in. In this first slide here, I just wanted to tee up why we really do this, and I was mentioning that it's really fundamentally to take a look outside of the budget about items we know about, future capital investments or future expenditure commitments that we have, integrate those into the model so that we're planning for those.
Okay, just 1 second. This presentation has not been attached to our agenda. Is that correct? I don't see it. Is it Exhibit 1? It's not. Oh, Business 2.
It's under the joint workshop Business 2.
Got it. Thank you so much.
So as I was mentioning, the big item here is financial sustainability and sensitivity testing, as well as really taking into account the current economic conditions that the city operates in. It really is a team effort. So we've spent the last few months integrating with staff, including the city manager's office, assistant city managers, department heads, to really get the latest and greatest information on the ground with regards to the various funds that I'll cover today. Across all of the funds, there are some common information that are included in the analysis, and I'll also highlight as we get to each individual fund the unique observations or planning assumptions that we've made. So 2024 unaudited actuals are included in our analysis, the 2025 adopted budget, and the current draft budget as of June 4th. Additionally, we've integrated the latest numbers looking forward for the community investment plan, which is 2026 through 2030. A key assumption that will go across all funds as well will be the new city hall. So that's $10 million that we have currently as a placeholder for that. The majority of that being in the general fund, but other funds do have a share of that. And we've also recorded rent reductions when that facility would come online.
Rent reduction because we'd be consolidating.
Exactly.
Right,
so
okay.
Within the funds, we put that order of magnitude estimate in.
Got it.
And so here are the funds that we'll be covering today. We'll be going through them in order. Typically, if we've presented this historically, really concentrated on the first, I'd say 3 or 4 as the larger funds that have some of the more dynamic investment decisions associated with them. And first, we'll go into the general fund. And these next 2 slides, I just want to list the key observations that we've included in this year's modeling. And so what we're looking at, and this has been mentioned today, is a full cost recovery of the fire assessment. That would be in fiscal year 21 to $61.8 million over fiscal year 25's levels. Additionally, we've included placeholders. The city has a past practice of every 3 years doing a fire assessment study, and we've included 10% increases to represent that true up to full cost recovery over time. Additionally, we've included the latest information from the Broward County property appraiser with regards to increases in ad valorem valuation that is associated with that 48% of the revenue in the general fund, the ad valorem tax side. That's 77.3% over the fiscal year 2025 budget number for fiscal year 26. We've also included the Las Olas Marina revenue, and so that's additional revenue sharing of $300,000 in fiscal year 27, and it'll reach $1.2 million as we move out to fiscal year 2029. Additionally, we've got the BMAMR annual revenue down here, which near term, the last one on this one is $900,000 in near-term revenue reductions, 27 through fiscal year 29. When we get further out, we're anticipating 17 million to 23 million in annual increases through fiscal year 2030 through 2035.
What's the reduction due to there?
Yeah, I'll ask staff if. Thanks you.
So part of the contract that we have with Bahia Mar is for rooms, which are the hotel, the marina, and then other services. We're anticipating that at the end of December 2025, the hotel will go offline. And so it'd be a reduction in the revenue associated with the hotel that the city receives.
But doesn't the rent go up, though?
So our actual rate that we charge has historically been 4.25%. In the contracts, when they begin taking assets offline in order to do their renovations, that amount reduces down to 3.75%. And so it's a culmination of both the hotel being down as well as the amount that we anticipate receiving as a percentage of the total revenue also going down.
But isn't the base rent going up? It is. I know that.
Yeah, when it comes back online, but not immediately as they're taking items offline.
So
and maybe Susan, if you have more.
Susan, are you sure about that? I thought that we increased the base rent.
Does this work? Yeah, the base rent did increase, and it is a percentage of revenues. But when the hotel closes down, that's the reduction in essence.
Okay.
The revenue. So what's left is, I think, the marina and a couple other the retail.
Those still are.
Yes.
Those
yes.
still
So
are
they're
in
still
place.
generating revenue, but just again a reduction in the short term, and then we start picking up when the units start closing.
Did they indicate when they're going to begin demolition on the hotel? Have they indicated that yet?
The email that we had said anticipating earliest December 2025.
Well, that's now.
It's in a couple months, but yes.
December of 2025.
December.
I'm sorry. That's when they're going to demolish the hotel?
That's when they would begin the process.
Okay. It's right after the boat show. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And then continuing with the observations, we've included the annual required pension contributions, and so that is due to lower assumed rates of return in the future in fiscal year 27 and going forward. That's $600,000 a year. Additionally, associated to GERS retiree COLA, that started in 2025 and continues for 7 years. It's $2.2 million in expenditures. We've also included within the model looking forward service enhancements related to growth. So 0.5% of salary and wages and fringe benefits, that's approximately 8%. So that's beginning outside of the budget year in fiscal year 2027, $900,000 and escalating up to $10.5 million through FY 35. Additionally, we've got the Swimming Hall of Fame at $1.9 million in fiscal year 27. And then at the bottom section here, I've got some notable ongoing increases. And so,
Let's stop right there.
Yes.
Are you telling me that we're spending $2 million a year to keep the Swimming Hall of Fame? Is this the Aquatic Center or Swimming Hall of Fame?
It's a Swimming Hall of Fame. From
That's the building?
Mayor, that's the Swimming Hall of Fame project. And if you remember, we had a range of that it either broke even or there was a worst case scenario. That's the middle point.
Okay.
So just to be conservative, that's the middle point between what our sensitivity analysis did when the Swimming Hall of Fame, the project comes online.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
And in the bottom section here, these are the items I was mentioning up front, which is a high degree of the value of this exercise analysis we go through. It's these out-year items that we're including into the forecast. So the SAFER grant that expires, that is $4.6 million. It's equivalent to 28 firefighters. That's in 2028. We've additionally got $2 million for the Las Olas downtown garage fire rescue staffing and $6.5 million for the general funds portion of New City Hall.
Is that SAFER grant renewable?
So the way the SAFER grant works, it's only to provide new FTEs. So we could reapply for additional FTEs, but we couldn't apply to continue funding for existing FTEs.
Okay. And they would not be considered new, even though they are new under the original grant.
Correct.
Okay.
So with all of the assumptions we've just gone through on the last few slides, it really comes down to this analysis that I'm showing here, which is the dashboard for the general fund. This is our fiscal year 2026 baseline. And so what I mean by that is very much like going to your doctor, this is a diagnostic view going forward. We've held the millage increase flat going forward, and we've looked at the dynamics over time. What we're seeing as we've updated this is, and I'm really contrasting this against the last few years, it generally has this shape. Expenditures have tended to increase faster than revenues. However, as we updated the model this year, and it was mentioned in the earlier discussion, several positive dynamics have occurred this year. Property values have continued to increase at a robust rate, as well as staffing, turnover, and vacancies have resulted in a slower growth of those expenditures from fiscal year 25 to 26.
So this is the old forecast.
No, this is the current one.
Well, they just told us we're having a $15 million surplus, and you have a $5 million deficit.
So for 26, we've got a balanced budget, right? So for 26, we're showing zero. With this, the next year we're looking at, we've had discussions on earlier today. What we're showing actually out there is 27. We expect deficits to evolve at the current millage rates.
Right, but what is the 4.6 in fiscal year 2025?
Oh,
you show cash flow deficit.
That's the current fiscal year we're in right now, and that's the latest updates we have. So we are showing.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
So when we went through the preliminary budget presentation, that $4.6 million was the amount we used to balance last year's budget as
Right.
part of the adopted budget. So that's what that number indicates.
Okay, so we'll get a budget amendment that will allow us to zero out for 2025 then.
So for 25, we used, as part of the balanced budget, we're using as part of our savings to balance the budget. So
Right.
that's showing the adopted budget in 25.
Okay.
So, okay.
So a couple other key assumptions to show here. So from a property valuation increase year over year, it's been mentioned the 7.3%, and you can see that in the second table, the second row, if you will. What we're showing right now is stepping that down to 7% and then holding it at 6.5% going forward. That's very much in alignment with what we've seen as the overall history here in Fort Lauderdale, if you exclude the kind of COVID bump that we can see. And I've got that in the graph down on the far left corner here. So we're still showing, long-term average growth here for taxable values going forward.
But for 26, we already know that it's not 7.3%.
So it's 7.3 if we compare the 2025 budget level to the 26 level. It's a little bit higher in the overall growth number, but from a revenue standpoint, that's the increase you would see from a budget to budget level.
Okay.
So I think the other number that was mentioned was right over 8%, 8.16%, I think was the number that was mentioned earlier. It's the exact same. This is just because it's budget to budget.
Okay. But under the real increase, it's not a zero. It should show a surplus.
So
I'm trying to reconcile what you're saying with what our staff has been saying to us. I have to know what a real number is. Right now, you're saying the real number is zero for 2026, and they're telling us we got a $15 million surplus. So tell us what's going on here. The public wants to know.
Yeah, so when we can both answer this. So every year when you go through your budget setting process, you have a zero-based budget, right? Your revenues will match your expenditures here, and that's what we're showing in the model.
Hopefully, yes.
Yes. And then what we're really trying to show here is the long-term dynamics as we go forward.
I understand all that,
Sure.
but you're showing for 2026 that we're zeroed out. But in fact, staff has said we're $15 million in the black.
Yeah, and so in the earlier presentation, what we showed was on the base budget, after you take revenues and expenses, the delta was $15 million.
Right.
What we do as we're going through the budget process is we look at the strategic enhancements that we're going to be making. We look at our transfers to capital. And so what Stantec has in their model includes all of those enhancements, our increased transfer to capital, and that's how you get to the $0. So when the commission adopts a budget, traditionally, it's zero, the delta between revenues and expenses, because we either adjust our expenses down based on the funding that is available, or we increase our transfer to capital if we have additional funding, which is how the zero number comes about. What you see in 4.6 negative was just because of the decision that was made that year to utilize fund balance to offset the COLA contribution, and there were some other increased capital transactions that we included in the adoption of the budget. And so that's why that year is negative. Traditionally, it's a zero amount when we're adopting a budget.
I thought, though, we had money from another source to cover the COLA increase. I thought we had, remember, Susan, you said we had this extra money?
So it was fund balance is what the direction from the commission was, that we use fund balance over the 7 years.
But I thought it was, there were several millions of dollars that were available. I didn't know that we were taking from the fund balance. Was this a contribution that would have otherwise gone to fund balance? We redirected it towards the COLA increase?
Well, the reason fund balance is there is because you have years where, you have revenues more than expenses, so it drops down to fund balance. But it was the excess fund balance. Maybe that's what you're probably talking about. The amount that was over the 25% at the time was the
okay. So that was the delta that we were
yes.
drawing against that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So the key takeaways on this chart before I move to the next one is what we project out, layering two items on. Layering our expectations for inflation going forward on expenditures across the city and the general fund, and the known expenditures that I covered in the last few slides. We would see evolving deficits going forward. Now, that's generally had this picture as we've looked at this over the years. As I mentioned, it's more positive this year, and we see it would be 2028 would be the first year before you're at your minimum fund balance level for the general fund, and it would be after that 29, 30, and 31 before you would get below that level. And so this has evolved, but it does still show that similar structural item as we've talked about in the years past, so there would be a deficit evolving. What we've next done on the next slide, as we often have done historically, is tried to calculate an order of magnitude number with regards to the millage increase to provide an estimate of what that would be needed in order to balance the equation going forward. So in the last slide, we saw that deficit evolving in synchronization with a lot of those expenditures that come online. What I'm currently showing here is a 0.55 mil added in fiscal year 2027. And when you add that in, what we can now see down in the revenues versus expenditures, the black line is in alignment with the orange line, which is our expenditure. So kind of our definition of sustainability over time. And the fund balances on the far left graph now are going to be at or above your minimum target throughout this period. For some context, historically, we've often showed a need for additional millage increases further out in the forecast. So this one is only showing one that would essentially provide sustainability over the next 10 years. Any questions on the general fund?
No. No questions.
Okay.
Please continue.
Last slide here we put in here is an overall table here. So this tracks millage rates across Broward County for the last 18 years. I really on this one dropped to the bottom line here, which shows the average millage rate and its evolution over time. And what that shows is it went from 4.4755 to our latest survey here is 61583. That's a 37.6% increase. And you can see various communities have done higher or lower increases over that time, but the average has tended to trend up over the last 18 years. With that, I'll move on to the Water and Sewer Fund. With the Water and Sewer Fund, a few other observations and considerations to go over here. So our minimum reserve level in this utility fund is 3 months of operating expenditures. Additionally, we put in assumptions with regards to the Prospect Lake Clean Water Center. So that's $9.5 million for chemicals, electricity, and personnel in fiscal year 2027 and going forward. And then additionally, in 2027, we would have a subordinate note and an availability payment. That's $29 million at that point in time, and we expect that to increase to $40 million by 2035. Capital investments excluding Prospect Lake, what we're targeting right now in the current model is $50 million of cash-funded capital annually. And then in addition, we've included assumptions with regards to larger investments that are funded via debt. And so $73 million in the current year that we're in, $100 million in 2027 and 29, and then $170 million in 2033. Additionally, we've got the Advanced Metering Infrastructure Program, which does have some contractual savings of $1.4 million in 2028. And we've also made some assumptions. So as you invest in those meters, they're typically more accurate and will result in increased revenue. So we've made an estimate of 1.75 increase in volumetric revenue for fiscal year 27 and 28 when those meters are fully rolled out throughout the community. And this is the current picture for the Water and Sewer Fund. A couple things I'll highlight here. So the rate adjustment plan or rate revenue adjustment plan is shown in the top two parts of the table, the top two bars here. What we're showing for fiscal year 26 and 27 is the adopted increases, the same as we've shown last year, 9% for both water and sewer. And then when we get to 2027, it would be 9% for only water, and sewer would drop down to 5%. And then once we get through that period, what we're showing in the model right now is, with all of the assumptions I just went through, 5% from 2028 forward would allow the fund to remain sustainable. And I would just mention for context, that's very much in alignment with the overall level of water and sewer rate increases you see across the U.S. So the U.S. government measures this each year in the inflation indexes, and that number has always run right around 5%. So after a few years of, I know you've had adjustments that have been much larger, what we're currently forecasting is a return to those more inflationary level of increases going forward. And again, that would support the ongoing cash-funded capital and debt issuance related to water and sewer infrastructure. The last few slides here is just to show comparisons with regards to the bill currently for water and sewer at different usage levels. And so what I've got here on your screen right now is a low volume user at 3,000 gallons a month. So you can think of this kind of a two-person household with indoor domestic use. We're showing the bill right now 6059 would be below average for the communities that we've surveyed here on the chart. And we've also put a little table here of some of the additional increases we've seen across other communities or that they've advertised they're doing. As we go through the next slide here, what we're just showing is due to the inclining block nature of water rates, meaning that we price, as you use more of the commodity, we price it at higher levels, the bill increases. So what we're showing here is the current bill for 5,000 gallons is $107.15, which will put you on the higher end of the spectrum here. And then finally, particular survey chart. Moving on to our next enterprise fund, we have the Stormwater Fund up next. And the key observations and considerations with regards to stormwater are mainly mainly related to the capital-intensive nature that stormwater is undergoing right now. So the Phase 1 and Phase 2 projects. What we're showing in the model right now is a need for $230 million to complete the Phase 1 projects, and that would be a new bond issuance. And then in fiscal year 26, we have an additional $100 million, which would begin the planning, design, and some construction for the Phase 2 projects. And then moving forward, fiscal year 29, 32, and 35, we have additionally placed $350 million in debt issuance that would support the full construction of the Phase 2 projects over that time period. We've also, going forward, assumed within the model some additional operations and maintenance costs. So when you make really large investments like this, what you'll see over time is your electricity costs are going to go up, your operations costs are going to go up. We've put in there $800,000 in each year, fiscal year 2027 and fiscal year 30. So we've added it as you've made these large investments over time. And then outside of the big bond investments, we also have some reoccurring investments. So the watershed management plan, that's $3.75 million a year, fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 29. And we're targeting outside of that additional capital that's in the range of roughly $10 million when you average it over the next 5 years, which will be paid through fund balance as well as revenue over time. And so what we've got is the screenshot here for the Stormwater Fund currently. And what I'll point to is this is the sustainable outlook right now, given those investments that I just talked about. And the main driver in this particular fund is the need to raise revenues in anticipation of those bond issuances. And so what we're currently showing at the very top is those rate revenue increases. As was mentioned in the fiscal year 26 budget window, we're looking at 15%, and that's the same as it was in last year's presentation of the same analysis. However, what we've updated now are the out years, right? So the out years with those larger investments that have been entered into the model, the $350 million, what we see now in 2027 is a likely need to approach 20% for 2 years of increases, and then going down to 15% through 2032 before we could drop it back down to 10%. And what that would do is allow the city to have revenues at a level where you could issue that debt and be sure that you could repay it over time, over the life of that debt, which is typically 30 years. And showing just down there on the bar on the bottom there the magnitude of those debts. So 4 debts are now included in the near term and then in the long term for the phase 2 projects. In addition to the analysis this year, we've also put together a rate survey of stormwater rates in surrounding communities and throughout the state. What you'll see up here is Fort Lauderdale right now is at that $284.16 a year. Yeah, about the third on this survey. My commentary here, I do a lot of stormwater. I lead up stormwater analyses for Stantec. Many communities are seeing the pressures that Fort Lauderdale has already faced coming through in their rates. So I'm working with a lot of communities right now that are a bit behind you in the sense that they haven't moved and are now needing to move. And so every year as we update this, we see a lot of these rates make large leaps, not just 10%, but oftentimes 50 or 100% increases as they move to combat the underlying investment needs that they have in their community, very similar to this community. Moving forward into the next enterprise fund, the sanitation fund, the minimum reserve target is different in this one. We're at 1.5 months of operating cost in a target level of 3 months. The notable updates from recent contract and service changes, so contract cost is assumed to increase at 4% per year per the contract, and we're also expecting disposal costs to move at 5% a year going forward. Franchise fees, $13.3 million come into the general fund that are transferred to solid waste. That's escalated by 4% annually in the projection going forward. And what we've got here is the outlook currently, the 10-year outlook for the sanitation fund. What we're seeing is a very predictable level of increases for sanitation as it stands right now with the assumptions and observations that I just talked through. We expect that 5% per year will provide enough revenue to sustainably match the ongoing expenditure increases over time. And this shows in that chart, again, looking at revenues and expenditures, we're trying to get those two lines in alignment over the long term, 5 and 10 years, so that revenues match your expenditures each year. This shows a comparison across communities of the monthly bill for sanitation. You can see right now Fort Lauderdale's $49.99. The second on there. The thing I like to mention here is the level of service across communities can widely vary. So when you dig into these numbers, some communities provide a lot more service or a lot more disposal capacity than other communities, or yard waste services. There's a lot of differences between communities when you look at a comparison like this side by side. So the other funds, as we step through the last 4 to look at today: parking fund, building, regional sewer, and then the airport fund. So with regards to the parking fund, in the key assumptions that we've included in the parking fund, we have the federal courthouse parking garage, which is operational in fiscal year 2028. That includes an additional $7 million of cash-funded capital for fiscal year 2026, and then staffing and operational costs going forward of $250,000 in fiscal year 2028 and forward. The annual revenue receipts for the courthouse garage are estimated right now of $1 million that would start in 2028. And then we also have included in there the Los Olas downtown garage, the Heron garage, which is operational in 2028. That's $1.2 million of additional revenue. This is our screenshot right now, the outlook for the parking garage. So the key things to draw your attention here is we're not showing currently with this projection any increases across time with regards to parking rate. What we're showing is with the dynamics that I've talked through right now, over the next 10 years with the expected investments to be made, the fund would be sustainable ongoing over time. And it would likely be in the farther end of this forecast as new investments came up or increased costs came up that you would need to look at increases, but they're not in the near-term forecast. Move to the building fund, which is a special revenue fund. What we're looking at here, and one of the key considerations here, is the Florida statute, which puts limits on the amount of fund balance that you can carry from one year to the next. So it may not exceed an average of the operating budget for the last 4 fiscal years. And then we've additionally included here and had great discussions with staff to understand the current projects that are underway and the expected revenue from those projects that would enter the building permit fund. And so that's the Searstown, $1.5 million in revenue 2026 through 2029, and additionally BMR, which would be $4.4 million that we've spread out from 2026 through 2030. And then additionally, what we'd say here is really monitored fees overall and periodically to scale cost or resources according to the overall economy. So this is our current outlook for the building fund. What we've included up top is annual increases in 2027 going forward of 3% in those building permit fees. And what you'll notice here in this dynamic is that will sustainably run operations as you move out through 2030. You'll see the fund balance starts to drop off. What I really see there is more the project window, right? You've got a lot of near-term projects that we have clear line of sight to, that we've included those revenues. But of course, as you roll forward in time, new projects will come up, new investments will come up that would likely come into this fund. And so this is always an effort of this kind of rolling bow wave of projects and how much revenue does that bring into the fund with regards to the matching expenditures to that. The Central Regional Fund, so separate from water and sewer, the city also has an enterprise fund for Central Regional. And this is the large users. So we have a large user agreement for this particular fund to provide that wastewater treatment services to Fort Lauderdale and some surrounding communities. Essentially what we're trying to do here is update this model to understand the changes in overall capital investments needed at the plant. What we're seeing right now is from a perspective of proportionality, Fort Lauderdale is 83.2%. of the flows that come into that plant. The other communities, Oakland Park, Wilton Manor, Tarmac, and Davie, are 16.8%. In this fund, much like water and sewer and stormwater, we do have ongoing needs that are funded 2 different ways on the capital investment side. So funded from debt, we're anticipating near term the need for $127 million in fiscal year 2025. And then outside of that, we also each year get an update of the ongoing investment needs, which are included in the renewal and replacement estimates that are prepared from an external engineer. And you can see down below how that's trended over time. So those are roughly running in the low $20 million levels going forward, but they have substantially increased over the last 5 or 10 years. This is the current outlook for the Central Regional Fund. What we're showing is in the near term, a need for or pressure on the fund to increase rates. So we're showing in fiscal year 2026, no order of magnitude, if you will. The agreement stipulates exactly how it will change, and as the year closes for this fiscal year, what should be done with fund balance. So this is I always take it as order of magnitude going forward. We expect low 20% increases in the needed bulk wastewater rate for fiscal year 26, then dropping down to 6.76 in 2027, and then much more of an inflationary level of increases going forward, really tied to the R&R increases outside of that year. And you've had some near-term challenges that are really showing up in that 26 number, the need for additional debt, as I mentioned, as well as operational changes at the plant. And then finally, for today's presentation, I have the airport fund. And so with the airport fund, it operates a little bit differently than the other enterprise funds or the general fund that we've talked through so far. This is really fundamentally revenues that come into the airport fund. And so they have a very stable base of long-term leases, both aviation and non-aviation. And then secondarily, we're looking at the dynamics related to capital funding as it interrelates to the federal government and FDOT, or the FAA, and the essentially grants that come in to provide funding for some of those projects. This is a quick outlook for the airport fund, and what we're showing here is a picture of financial sustainability. So the airport fund's not going to need any help from the general fund going forward. What we see here is fundamentally sustainable cash flows, revenues over expenditures for the forecasted period over the next 5 or 10 years. With that, I'll conclude the remarks, but happy to go back to any slides if there's any particular questions or discussion you want to dive into.
Great. Thank you very, very much for your presentation. It's very comprehensive and clearly well thought out and researched. Does anyone have any questions of the gentleman? I guess we're all stunned.
Mayor, thanks.
It's going to take us a little time to digest all of this, obviously. And
Ben is saying he would like to say something.
Who would?
Ben.
Ben Rogers?
Yeah, hey, thanks, Mayor.
Ben.
Can you hear me all right?
I forgot about you, Ben. I'm sorry. Yes. Hey, Ben. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Kyle, thank you for the presentation. And I also, Mayor, I didn't get a chance to thank Bill Brown and the Budget Advisory Board. So thank you all for your great continued work. Kyle, can you go back to the overview page, which it kind of showed where we are overall from a budgetary revenue
at the beginning,
expenses? Thanks.
Absolutely. And we're talking about the general fund?
Yes. Thank you, Kyle.
Which page would that
And which
be?
page did you want? Do you want to do the baseline or did you want?
Yeah, that. Yes, right here.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect. Great, Kyle. Thank you.
Is that?
So,
it looks like page 8 in the bottom.
What I'd like to hear, Kyle, is your maybe overview take on this again. Then Raquel, I'd like to hear your perspective. There's some significant deficits projected in the future. That's concerning. So I'd like to hear a little bit about that. Obviously, these are just projections. What will hopefully change, but want to get some feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to just walk through the high points here as we look at the general fund. So this picture overall that you're seeing here in front of you is very similar to many of the general funds we work on. When we do the budget year and we project it forward, oftentimes the layering of two types of expenditures come in. We have ongoing inflation, and we have historical trends that help us understand how that's evolved. But then we have known expenditure commitments. So we've made past decisions that are then coming up in the out budget years, right? 27, 28, like the SAFER grant that we've mentioned. And so that's the last few years. So that provides a bit more time for the city to go forward. It really is till fiscal year 2028 to where decisions need to be fundamentally made from a fund balance standpoint. However, we do see that deficit widening, right? The expenditures and revenues are getting a larger gap over time. And so, the question is, I don't think it's a decision you have to make today as far as an increase, but really in the next few years, if those expenditures come to fruition, we know a lot of them will at the levels we've forecasted due to the contractual nature of them. We would expect deficits of this magnitude to start to open up and likely a decision to be made to try to rebalance the budget at that time. Mm-hmm.
So it's really policy decisions what the commission would have to make, either to increase taxes or reduce expenditures. And in the next couple of years, we're going to be revisiting our public safety contracts. So clearly, whatever decisions we make at that time are going to impact the outcome of what you're analyzing here today.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Kyle. Thanks, Mayor. Raquel, let's get your feedback on this, please.
Hi, Commissioner. Thanks for the question. So a lot of factors come into play here as we look at future years. The mayor touched on one of those things. That's our collective bargaining agreements and how we approach that negotiation process. Also, the millage rate is an ongoing discussion. We're also looking at opportunities to increase revenues. So I would like to revisit conversations around our business tax fees and our special events and sponsorships and all the ways that we can add to our revenue sources. And I think that the team is already understanding that I'd like to explore that for the upcoming budget process so that we can have something to present next year to address some of these concerns.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to increase millage rates, so we've got to be very cost conscious and be as efficient with the resources we've got because there's some big gaps that are projected to open up. So, okay, thank you.
So, Raquel. Commissioner, to your point, since we've been informed that we have some new sources of funding coming through because of lawsuits, we might even consider applying some of that money towards the budget to offset any deficits that we could anticipate. Can we do that?
Mayor, So I think earlier today you asked about the PFAS settlement funding for fiscal year 2025, and I think you wanted to have a preliminary discussion on that. And that's
Right.
exactly what we want to do. We want to advance some of the capital projects that we have in the out years to make it a little easier on us going forward in consideration of the potential economic climate.
Right. Exactly. Anyone else from the commission have any questions? Okay, I think we're good for now, and I appreciate, Kyle, your great work, and everyone on your team back at Stantec. And Laura, Yvette, any questions? No, we're good? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate it. There's one person who signed up to speak, Spencer Lasdy. Is Spencer here? There he is. Oh, it's for communication this afternoon. Okay, I'm sorry. Never mind. It wasn't well, it didn't quite specify. Okay, Raquel, do you have any other comments or questions with regard to these presentations today?
No, I just appreciate the opportunity to give the presentation and to get your feedback. And so this is preliminary. We still are waiting to see where we land with the property appraiser and looking forward to providing a proposed budget.
Okay, so as Kyle indicated, these projections are a heck of a lot better than they were last year. I know you weren't here to see the dashboard, but we saw red last year and deep red. So I'm glad to see that the scales have balanced out a little bit better. And so anyway, I want to thank the Budget Advisory Board for all their work and their continued efforts to keep us solvent and informed. And we appreciate visiting. When is our next meeting together? August? Okay, very good. Okay, that concludes our budget workshop, and we now go into our conference meeting for June 17th, 2025. And let us begin with communications. We have a communications from the Sustainability Advisory Board. Is there anyone here from the Sustainability Advisory? Yes, we have Spencer. Yes, you are. Come on up. How are you? Good. Can you push the button at the bottom of the speaker? Great.
Yes. There we go. We're good?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Spencer Lasday. I'm with the Sustainability Advisory Board, and I'm just here to let you guys know about the communication that we had. So on April 28th, 2025, rather, we had a conversation with Drew Newstrom from the city's electric vehicle fleet. And he let us know that in order to meet our net zero goals, we should consider moving our non-pursuit emergency vehicles in addition to other city fleet vehicles to hybrid or electric. So in addition to the EV fleet policy, we wanted to advise the cities to advance the city's goals. We wanted to help achieve limiting greenhouse gas emissions. And in order to do that by the goal of 2040 and then community-wide by 2050, we wanted to just let you guys know that adopting an EV fleet policy for like the non-pursuit vehicles would be the most direct way to do that.
Okay. Are you hearing that? Okay. Anyone from the commission have any questions? All right, Spencer, thanks so much.
Thank
We
you,
appreciate
gentlemen.
it.
Have a great day.
Thank you for your great work, and thank you to the committee for their efforts in pulling this together for us. The next communication is from the Historic Preservation Board. Is there someone here from the Historic Preservation Board? Chris, are you going to report?
I think.
Trish, come on up. Come on.
Yeah, so I can speak on that. So the board received the Sailboat Bend Vision Plan presentation, which you're going to receive here in a few minutes.
Right.
They were favorable towards the outcome of the plan and the report that they were provided, but also supported taking actions and steps to implement some of the things that are included in the plan, which you also heard earlier in your budget presentation that we are bringing those forward to you to do just that.
Okay, great.
So
Trish,
could
you
I
have
just
anything?
add,
I'm sorry. Did you want anything? Do you want to add anything to that? No. Okay. Go ahead.
Chris, can I just ask you a question? I'm sorry. So is that what they meant specifically when they said they wanted to see a more concrete avenue explored to identify funds? Is that what they meant? That they were hoping that some funds would be put into the fiscal year 2026 budget?
Just generally to assign funds to some of the initiatives that are outlined within the plan itself as part of next steps.
Okay, and do you feel confident that what we saw today, $100,000 allocated, will be able to take care of all that?
Not all of it. It's just for one initiative that's outlined within the plan. And as Chris mentioned, we'll get into some specific details within our presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. And our third presentation, communication is with the Planning and Zoning Committee. Anyone have any? Is there someone here on behalf of the P&Z? Is there a presentation you want to make? What is the communication regarding proper facilities for the City of Fort Lauderdale boards in general?
Yeah, so Mayor, as you know,
don't like meeting in the basement?
Yes. So, Mayor Commission, as you know, since the flood of 2023 and the loss of City Hall, we've had to move some of our public meetings to different facilities throughout the city. Planning and Zoning Board has been held since then in the lobby of the Development Services Department. Prior board members had brought this up as a concern that they didn't feel the facility was the appropriate place to hold that meeting. But since then, we have implemented some audio and video upgrades to the space and taken some other steps to make that space more suitable to hold these meetings. So it's my understanding that the current board is not as concerned about the facility space and the use.
I was distracted while you were speaking.
Yes.
Where is it being held now?
So we hold the Planning and Zoning Board as well as the Board of Adjustment meetings in the lobby of Development Services. So it's after hours. The lobby's open and available. We have a complete team to set that up and have audio and video resources available to conduct that meeting.
Got it. Hello, Jackie.
Mayor, Commissioners, Jacqueline Scott, member of the Planning and Zoning Board. I think the frustration is that the majority of members or everyone feels that it is kind of an unprofessional atmosphere. Although staff has done a good job trying to accommodate, the members are becoming frustrated and wondering just how long will we be continue to be in that environment. And so I believe that's
join the group.
Yeah, I know. So that to me was the gist of the communication, wanting to hope that we get out of there soon, and if not, is there other alternatives?
So as we continue to make progress at the police department, we're hoping that the community center there can be used for public meetings, including the future commission meetings in the interim. So hopefully, if you have patience, we'll all be able to convene in that site and going forward.
Thank you. And that was no negativity on staff. They really have done a good job trying to accommodate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask Jackie, what's cited to be? You said it's an unprofessional environment.
Yeah, they just don't feel that particular building is a building that we should be.
It's like a lobby.
I guess, bringing in, like a lobby, bringing in all the development, all the attorneys, all the people trying to invest in our city. They just, haven't really enjoyed being there. I just got back on the board, Commissioner. I've only been to like 4 meetings, so the majority of people are now leaving the board, and there's a bunch of new appointments coming on. And I am only speaking because I'm the only member that's here today.
Okay.
Oh, why didn't you speak?
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's continue. Business 1, a presentation on the Sailboat Bend Vision Plan. Who will be making that presentation? Okay.
So, Mayor, today you have Tricia Logan, Principal Planner with Development Services Urban Design and Planning Division, and Andrew Georgiadis from Dover Colin Partners.
It's a pretty extensive report. I know there are a lot of pretty pictures and all that, but you're going to distill it down to its basic components, right? Great.
Absolutely.
She only needs an hour, Mayor. It's okay.
Thank you.
Start the clock. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here today with Andrew Georgiadis from Dover Colin Partners to present on the Sailboat Bend Vision Plan. And we started this process about a year and a half ago in November 2023 with a communication from the Historic Preservation Board to the City Commission to consider doing something like this to revitalize the area and come up with a vision plan. There was also another effort from the Sailboat Bend Civic Association in the formation of a master plan committee in the conversations that they had with staff and the district commissioner. So at that, I will turn it over to Andrew, who we have hired as a consultant to prepare the plan, and he will go over in more detail the feedback that we've received and our next steps.
Thank you. Yasu, Andrew?
Yasu, tikanete. Thank you very much, Mayor and Commissioners. So as Tricia said, my name is Andrew Georgiadis. I'm with the firm of Dover Cole and Partners Town Planning. And I forgot to ask you to advance the slides was... Oh, just say... Is it this one? Sorry. Oh, it's this, sorry. I should know that by now. Yes, so as you see on this slide, there were different objectives that had been identified, in the project scope, and some of these related to interconnectivity, connections both internal and to the surroundings, accentuating the historic sites and the cultural resources that we have, activation of the parks and park programming, and how to balance the new infrastructure that will be needed over the coming decades with the neighborhood's character and history. And this is a timeline showing some of the activities that happened. So in August, we had a kickoff meeting, and we had site tours with the Sailboat Bend Civic Association and with other residents. And we came back with a series of ideas for an open house in October of 2024. And then we continued to refine it based upon that feedback from the community and also from you, Commissioner. And now we're here in June with the presenting the more refined work product. And so the open house, what we did is in thinking about how the report would be structured, we divided the room into some thematic stations. So in those stations were street design, intersections, park programming, resilience and adaptation to flooding, special sites, and so those would later become the mini chapters in the report. But each of those stations had a series of boards, 3 or 4 boards, and the community was encouraged to respond to it with post-it notes and different ways of attaching their opinion to the board so that we could see that later. There was also an online survey that sought to distill their opinions and also prioritize some of these different themes for us. This is just one example of one of those boards, and so we had several of them, and they were filled with ideas, filled with opinions from the community, and so we sought to, distill those for each board to gauge the temperature of whether different recommendations were liked or not. And so here's one of the, I'm just going to show you a few of the exhibits as an example of each of the thematic stations. So this one was the one regarding sea level rise adaptation. So we wanted to show what peer communities had been doing. And so the upper slide was what Miami Beach has been pursuing, which is the actual raising in a coordinated way some of the streets that traverse the island. And then in Houston, following Harvey, we know that FEMA and EPA gave us technical and also financial assistance for the raising of some of the historic houses and even non-historic houses in some of the worst flood-affected areas. So we were trying to show, what the peer communities are doing that are, who are also vulnerable to flooding and storm surge and sea level rise. And regarding the street design and intersection design, there were a series of boards which showed a menu of possible what-if scenarios for the future that we wanted to see what the community's opinion would be. This particular one is showing the how Lauderdale Park and also Tequesta Park and Rivermont could be unified by maybe making the street more crossable and easier to walk along. Then in this slide we looked at this wasn't our idea, but we loved it, which was the Civic Bend Association and previous efforts. They had already illustrated what a gateway feature could be at Las Olas and Avenue of the Arts, Boulevard of the Arts, excuse me. And so this one is showing how in the future something, whether it be an archway, whether it be a marker, could in fact tell visitors that they have in fact arrived to this district.
You know, Oakland Park did something similar, right? For their main street, they put an archway at the beginning of it. I think at the other end too, and it's simple but effective. You feel like you've arrived somewhere, right?
Yes.
And so, is that what the community is looking for? Something like that?
Yes. They were hoping just to set the tone and allow those who are experiencing, especially from outside, to know that you have arrived in Sailboat Bend, a district unto itself. So,
well, in the past we've used monument signs, right? Like Edgewood and River Oaks, and we just have like monument signs in all of our neighborhoods. I've always wanted to see those for entering into Fort Lauderdale.
Yes.
You know, you go into Miami Beach, for example, you cross over the I-195, and you cross over the causeway, and you see this huge stand of trees and the sign, welcome to Miami Beach. When you come to Fort Lauderdale, it's welcome to Fort Lauderdale. It's like there's no big splashy announcement. So, but Sailboat Bend people want something like this. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, and like you said, it would be wonderful if the city as a whole had some of these gateway features, so that it also helps to slow the pace of those who are driving and set the pace, because once you pass something, sometimes your tendency is to put the brakes a little bit. Like you said with Miami Beach, when we see those glowing discs on the cabbage palms, necks, and that helps us to slow down once we come off the causeway and onto the city grid. So, and then the missing middle, and I know I need to accelerate. Missing middle is very important, because what that means is that many American cities have high rises, and then they have one-story detached houses, and they have very little in between, like row houses, townhouses, garden apartments, and some of these other higher density but yet human scaled housing types. And so this was looking at how could we increase the diversity of Sailboat Bend, which already has some of those types but could have more, and in terms of making different households feel welcome in the neighborhood. And this was showing some of the park programming. We heard several opinions regarding the need for a playground, for dog parks, even outdoor gyms, food gardens, for those who want to cultivate the land. So there were several different ideas about where some of those programmatic elements could land in which of the parks, because we know we have the Sailboat Bend Preserve on the west, which is very natural and has a native, beautiful hammock. And then we have the more culturally oriented Lauderdale and Tequesta Park along the river. And then, of course, the gateway features at West Las Olas. So there's several different characters, and there were a lot of opinions regarding that. We also looked at the police station and headquarters site, and one of the things that the community came up with we just tried to illustrate it, which was when we were at the big parking lots that are at the head of the canal, which I think that canal spur is called the Argyle Canal, but I'm not sure. But it's the canal that runs right into the New River from the police station. And they showed us that canal had some nutrient pollution and runoff problems, and so they asked us what could we do to clean the water before it enters into the canal. And so one of the ideas that we discussed with them was this idea of a polishing marsh that would reduce some of the asphalt and then treat with native plants the water before it runs off. right next to it, we have some of the buildings which in the future may be accommodated elsewhere for that site. And so what we looked at is how could we complete the street scene, because we know we already have Sailboat Bend Village townhouses and artist lofts right across the street, but then there's a sort of a blankness and an emptiness on the other side of the street. And so we're wondering if we could complete the street scene with porches and front doors and housing eventually. And then this was the site that's just south of Dr. Kennedy homes, and it's bounded more or less by Southwest 2nd Street and Middle Street. And so what we were showing here, after they talked about the need for a food garden, is what if we could help to weave in the idea of self-sufficiency and access to organic produce by designing the site so that the middle of the block has this sort of edible island that's there, and then it would be rung by the missing middle housing types around it that was illustrated earlier. This is the overall I shouldn't say master plan, this is the overall illustrative vision plan that could become the precursor to a master plan in the future, and shows the walking route that was taken with most of the community, although we ended up walking most all of the streets in the neighborhood for this. And it'll just show you some of the more significant projects that were proposed in the report there. And so finally, the implementation framework, what is the path forward to making this a reality? And so as you'll see that there are short-term, midterm, and long-term tasks that have been identified, and also the responsible or the department that would take the lead on all of those tasks. And so we worked with staff in order to write this and to see if that could help guide what happens next. And so here are just some of those ranked and timeline features and who's responsible. Tricia, was there something that I should add about the implementation framework? I feel like I could be missing something, but. Okay. All right. Thank you. And so, yes, we encourage your comments and questions.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Thank you.
District Commissioner, do you have any comments on this?
Yes. Well, first, Andrew, thank you so much and for your work and Dover Cole's work and Trish and Historic Preservation Board, and also especially to the neighborhood. I know that Christian is here, Christian Garay, the president of Sailboat Bend, is here. His board and his master planning committee. This has been going on now for a little bit of time, maybe a couple of years, and we've had some really good meetings, really good public input, and people showing up to really tell us how they feel about what we think can happen. This is a very significant neighborhood. This is the oldest neighborhood in the city of Fort Lauderdale. It is our only residential historic neighborhood in the city of Fort Lauderdale, officially designated as such. And so it's very important. I'm really happy to see the work to date, and I wanted to thank all of those folks that I just mentioned for that. I'm happy to see the budget now is including the next steps. Because that's important. So many times we get everyone excited in neighborhoods, and we bring people together, and then we look at each other and we say, okay, well, where's the funding, or how are we going to implement this? And I'm really hoping that we continue that work, just as I know that we're going to continue the work on Sunrise Lane on the beach after we brought all of those people together repeatedly for workshops and charrettes, and we had consultants. And it's just important to bring these kinds of projects over the finish line and not just talk about it and have another plan that sits on a shelf. So I'm really encouraged. I know that Christian's been communicating from the neighborhood, and I feel confident that he and staff are working out exactly how we're going to see this work progress in the next fiscal year. So I just wanted to say thank you. I think we're making really, really good progress. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, great. Any other questions or comments from the Commission?
Just a comment. Thank you for this presentation. I am excited as well, Commissioner Glassman, in the direction that this is going in. because I too believe that this is in a sense, a pilot to encourage us as a city to highlight the other neighborhoods throughout the city that should be also moving in this direction to become highlighted and included as a historic community. So I'm really excited to see this take flight and being able to move forward also in the conversations that we're having. You all have done an excellent job in this blueprint, and I thank you for what you're doing. And I'm excited to watch this unfold.
Great. I guess Commissioner Vice Mayor has left the meeting. So just quickly, when you did your surveys with the people, what has been the majority sentiment about Sailboat Bend? Do people want to maintain the historic district, all the rules, all the requirements? Has there been pushback against that? Tell us a little bit about, before the city wants to commit any funding to something like this, what has been the attitude that is the current prevailing attitude with regard to historic nature of Sailboat Bend?
And I encourage Tricia to correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I remember, that there was a range of opinions, of course, in that some felt that there were some overly restrictive items, and those were not only the historic, the historic preservation items, but also uses, the permitted uses that were located, in our zoning charts for the zoning district, and so. And then others felt that it was that strictness is what actually has helped crystallize and firm up, the character of the neighborhood. So there was a big range of responses.
Mayor, we didn't ask the explicit question of do you want to keep the historic district or not, but I think over the last several years, we have made a lot of improvements to historic preservation in general and our regulations, making it a little more streamlined as far as our review process. And I think that's really gone a long way with positivity within the neighborhood. We have had a lot of conversations with the Civic Association, particularly Christian and some of the leadership within the neighborhood about just, how we can embrace the historic preservation aspect. And I think that a lot of those conversations came clearly through within this master plan effort and trying to make sure we're preserving this neighborhood long term, seeing growth, celebrating history through different aspects like the gateway feature that could be added in the future to identify the fact this is a historic area.
Well, I'm looking on your Exhibit 1, page 16, and we asked, select one of the following statements that reflects your view of the Sailboat Bend Historic District. And 20% say historic preservation is an important part of community life and deserves public support. And 35% say preserving Sailboat Bend's heritage strengthens the community's quality, character, and vitality. So there's 55% who seem to have a sensitivity to the historic nature of it and wants to keep it going. And then there's a smaller amount that say, the heck with it, I don't want it anymore. So, but of course I always ask, why do you move there if you don't like what the district is all about? But I just want to make sure that we're still consistent and acting consistently with the community wishes, and I think that's going to be important as we make choices on funding. What are the priorities within the city, and is this a priority for the city to pursue? And that's the reason why I'm asking. Okay.
And Mayor, if I may just add to that, I appreciate that question. I think we've gone through different periods over the 7.5 years or so since I've been sitting here with regards to sentiment in that neighborhood. But I think overall, and overwhelmingly so, at least in the last few years, I get a sense from the neighborhood that it is important. It's important to remain a historic district, and for many reasons. As Trish said, I think we've done, as a city commission, a really good job in making it a lot less onerous to own a property in the historic district. We have, as Tricia said, streamlined a lot of those processes. whereby people that want to do things to their property can get that done administratively. They don't necessarily have to go before the Historic Preservation Board anymore. We've certainly decreased fees for a variety of reasons in any kind of work that's going to be done in that district. We have a lot more to do. Don't get me wrong, it's not perfection. And I do want to see more incentives. I want to see us to be able to do things to help people with raising their homes. I want to see us to be able to do things like help people with archaeological surveys and requirements if they do need to or want to raise their homes. But I do get the sense that people appreciate it. What they really seem to understand is that because of this proximity of this neighborhood to the downtown core, if you did open up this neighborhood and rezoned and did do away with the historic designation, you know what would happen to this neighborhood. The sky would be the limit, and I mean that in every way, shape, or form. That would be an area that would be unrecognizable if we did remove that historic designation, if we did open up that zoning to allow what we see happening all around that neighborhood along Broward Boulevard, Flagler Village, and other areas pretty close in proximity. So there's really good reason. And folks in that neighborhood really do seem to appreciate the history and the charm and what exactly it is. But as I said, this is a great step because we really need to do better. We need to make it a more attractive neighborhood. I'm glad to see that streetscape is a very important component in the next fiscal year budget. And we have to do all that we can working in conjunction with the neighborhood to make sure that people feel really comfortable and pleased owning in, again, our city's only residentially historic district. So, thank you for that question, but I think we're headed in the right direction. I really do.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, moving on to business 2. This is mixed use code project update. Gentlemen.
So, Mayor and Commission, Development Service Department, and Urban Design and Planning Division, Principal Planner Jim Hetzel will present on the mixed use code project update. This is a project that the Commission funded in the last fiscal year's budget and that we're pursuing and have a chance now to update you on that and also seek some direction on where to go next.
Okay. Hello, Jim.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Good to see
So what have you
everyone.
been doing all this time?
This is what we've been doing all this time. Waiting for the presentation to come up.
What is the genesis of this analysis? What brought the city to ask this question?
So it's a very good question to ask, and I'll get into that in the presentation. That's some of our slides to cover. As soon as I think it's up and ready to go. So today's presentation includes, I think I'm waiting for the, okay, thank you. So today's presentation includes a couple different items. Our discussion points include an update on the project, where it stands, the implications of Broward County land use policy changes, and also the state's Live Local Act, which I'm sure everyone has heard of, both relating to the construction of affordable housing. And lastly is some potential options of amendments that could move forward prior to the completion of the project, which are based on input we heard from the community on our initial outreach efforts. And staff would be looking at some directive from the commission on those items. Some background information. This project was approved as part of the 2024 fiscal year budget for the purposes of looking at our mixed use regulations and doing an update to those criteria in anticipation for the development that we expect from those two policy changes, the Broward County and the State Live Local Act. The overall intent of the project is to create form-based regulations that will focus on the major corridors throughout the city. These form-based regulations would deal with size of buildings in relation to the public realm and the adjacent residential neighborhoods. And amending the code will help us address the size, the mass, and scale, as well as neighbor compatibility. Some of our existing challenges and issues with the anticipation of new construction and mixed-use projects along the corridors, there's a need to address the lack of design criteria in our code today. Neighborhood compatibility is part of those regulations, as well as lack of a form-based regulation to apply on mixed-use projects. So we get a result that's better for the community and creates a sense of place and more compatible development along the corridors. Some of these design issues include density, height, lot size, shadowing, where historically density has been limited to 50 units per acre. Now, with the recent state law, you can increase that density to the highest residential density in the city, which is 60 units per acre. With building heights, that can also be increased to the highest permitted within 1 mile of any site. That would be typically 150 feet throughout most of the city, with exceptions when you're closer to the near downtown or downtown core. Typically, the corridors have a building height of about 1 to 3 stories. And what we're seeing come in recently are more construction at 75 feet, which is about 7-8 stories because of construction costs. Above 75 feet is high-rise construction. However, it would be permitted to go to 150 along corridors, typically throughout the city. There's also the length of the lots. So many lots, the length is long along the corridor, creating a street wall or a frontage that is very lengthy. This would have impacts on the corridors as well. So 2 aspects there on the screen. You have Broward County Policy 2.16.4, which is commonly referred to as the Geller Amendment, and the Live Local Act, which is the state law. The county policy deals with a bonus density structure, so many market rate units for the amount of affordable housing units you provide in the project. That's how it's calculated to get to density. There's also a site eligibility requirement, meaning you have to front a major state or county roadway. With the county policy, there's also a pay in lieu of. So what a developer can do is pay out of the system, but they pay for the total number of units within the project, just not for the affordable housing units. That amount started off at $10,000 with a 3% annual increase, which today would be $10,600. So for example, if you had a development with 300 units, you'd pay for all those units at the $10,600 amount, would equal about $3.1 million for the project. These projects are subject to Development Review Committee, as well as Planning and Zoning Board for most of the cases. The Live Local Act was adopted in 2023. That's a state law to increase affordable housing as well, but it preempts the cities and counties on multiple ways. One is the use, another one is the density, and another one is the height. So what the state law says... What the state law says is you can have the highest density permitted in the city, which we look at it says highest residential density, which is the 60 units per acre. It also says that we can't regulate height. We get to, if it's within 1 mile of the site, whatever the height is, that's the height the project gets to have. For the most part, that's 150 feet throughout the entire city, unless it's near downtown area, which has a core height of unlimited, or the near downtown character area, which has a 300 feet height limit, which is about 30 stories. Sites within that distance could go to those heights as well.
So does the state law preempt 2.16.4?
It does not. It's a separate policy.
Well, they seem to interact. For example, the state law does not permit a payment in lieu option.
Correct.
But the county does. So how does that work?
So you can't use both together. You'd have to use them separately. If you choose to go under Live Local, you would follow the Live Local regulations or state law, what it permits. If you wanted to follow the county law or policy, you would follow that.
But doesn't this...
The state does not allow you to do a pay in lieu of, no.
Right.
Yeah.
So how does the county get away with it then?
Yep, sure.
So, Mayor, the state law, the Live Local Act, doesn't preclude cities and counties from having their own policies, even if they're in the same area. And what that does, it creates options for developers. With Live Local, for example, you're required to provide at least 40% affordable units within that development. With the Geller Amendment, the responsibility to provide affordable units is much lower, even includes a payment in lieu of option. So developers will weigh out those different scenarios to decide which one works best for them. They may choose to do something with the higher affordability because they can go taller, they can have more density, they can go through an administrative process, but others, because of how their projects are financed and what their numbers look like, may choose to do something with less affordability in lieu of having that extra height. So what it does in having these different policies is it creates options and different incentives for developers to choose which is the right path for them. But we want to make sure through this project that we have a good basis along these corridors so that we have a little bit more control and maybe offer something that's more enticing or at least predictable for the neighbors and the developers through these alternative policies to live local.
So I hear what you're saying, but somehow it's just not registering in my mind that the county can come up with its own land use policy and the state comes up with its land use policy, and many of the things in the state's land use policy contradict what the county is. So I'm sure you guys know what you're doing, but it's hard for me to understand exactly when you say they can follow the state path or they can follow the county path. I don't understand how that
So
works.
on top of that, not to complicate it, but in many of these areas that both of these policies apply, we're also our unified flex areas. So with flex units, somebody could also conceivably flex in residential units and do a mixed-use project under that path. So it is a bit confusing, but what we're seeing in the market is that developers are looking closely at all of these policy options, all of these development scenarios, and picking the one that they feel is the right one for them based on the product they're trying to produce.
Okay. I'll ask for a private tutorial on this because I don't want to belabor this.
And just to add to that,
I'm sure you all understand it, right? Yeah, there's a game tonight. Okay.
And just to add to that, there are some limitations based on land use and zoning. So the state law is more expansive in where you can build residential development. For instance, it could be on industrial zoning, mixed use, commercial, where the county land use is pretty much commercial only.
Commercial with along a main artery.
Along a main corridor, for instance, where the state law allows you to go anywhere in the industrial, mixed use, or commercial zoning category anywhere in the city. So I think the next slide might have the map, might help a little bit.
Okay.
There we go. This might be a little bit more helpful in answering your question. So the map on the left, map 1, depicts the properties that are eligible under the Live Local Act in red. The map on the right, map 2, are the properties eligible under the county land use plan. The regional activity centers are shown in gray with the blue boundary. Those have form-based regulations. The areas in red do not. You can see there's a lot of similarities between the two, but the one on the left, map 1, is more expansive in its red coverage, or the properties that are eligible. So that's a little bit of the distinction between the two. So the mixed-use project timeline and tasks, well, there's 5 major tasks. We've completed 2. 2 is being completed right now with some agency coordination meetings, but we have several more to go before the end of the project, which is around September 2026. So you can see the time and the project length there. Staff, along with our consultant, Banesh, completed initial public outreach. We conducted a meeting in 8 different meetings that occurred in each commission district, as well as a stakeholder meeting, an open house, and a presentation to the council, civic associations. The initial feedback we got focused on 3 main kind of topics, if you will: development concerns, traffic and infrastructure, and the Live Local Act implications. In addition to that outreach, the city had on its website a link to a virtual room where individuals can go view a narrated presentation, provide comments and feedbacks, and look at the imagery board that was provided in the actual in-person meeting. To date, last week is when we took this down. To date, we had 118 visitors to that virtual room. So some potential options that we looked at that came from the public input meetings that we started with. On the right, you have the scope of work with the consultant of all the elements that they have to address. Those highlighted in yellow, we feel staff is recommending to move forward with, which include building length limitations, a podium step back, a maximum floor plate size, and the residential transition area. With 2 other elements that are clarification elements would be to remove the single-use residential as a permitted in a mixed-use development, as well as make it clear that mixed use applies to live local applications.
Before you move on,
yep.
You said remove single-use residential reference in mixed-use section. Is that a zoning change? What do you mean remove?
So in the language under the mixed-use section in our code, it says that single-use residential is permitted if the property is 10 acres or less. Well, that's contradicting to mixed-use regulations to have a single use. So we want to take that reference out so it's clear that projects that come in are subject to providing mix of uses in the project. You're welcome. So building length. Building length could be very extensive along the corridors. The impact they could have on the public realm is basically a wall at either side of the corridor and creating a very unattractive and unappealing built environment for the city. Couple that with a lack of articulation or no building separation or a setback of any sorts, it can have really negative impacts on the city corridors and throughout the entire city. What we're looking at is similar to what we have in the code today in the mixed-use section for residential buildings, not single-use residential, but residential buildings to limit it to 200 feet in length. So we're pulling from what the code already has a limitation in. The building podium step back is another item that we're proposing to move forward with. This obviously improves the light and air between buildings. And those would apply facing the street. So there'd be a podium step back facing the street. And it would help with the aesthetics and all of our overall surrounding environment. Maximum floor plate is another element. We would be looking at limiting the floor plate to 10,000 square feet. For that would be for the tower component, so it would be anything above the podium height. Obviously, again, for improving light and air within the project, also for aesthetic reasons on the project and along the corridors as well. Residential transition. Right now, we look at neighbor compatibility, and we deal with our existing code, which is very one-size-fits-all. We would be looking at something that's a little bit more practical in its sense and modify this section to do a transitional area that would occur along that line between the red color, which is just the commercial, and the yellow line, or yellow color, which is the residential. This image on the screen depicts a portion of US 1. Commercial properties on the left are in the red, residential in the yellow. This is how currently we apply the neighborhood compatibility requirements in our code, which is a one-size-fits-all approach. It measures non-residential and residential development as they are adjacent to one another, but the heights vary. As you can see the graphic on the left, the residential height is lower than the right side of the graphic, which is a higher residential height of 55 feet. So there's differences there on how you measure and implement neighbor compatibility requirements. What we would propose is a transitional area, which you could see in the blue, and that would be how we would apply it, which would control the amount of building mass in that blue area, proportionate to the residential area that's next to it based on the maximum height in that residential area. So it's a better transition between development, building, and the neighborhood. So the single-use residential reference in the code, we're looking to take that out. And there's a difference between the way the code is written. It says single-use residential buildings or single-use residential. The graphic on the right shows how a mixed-use development could have single-use buildings, but it's still a mixed-use project. It's still mixed-use development. That's what we're trying to clarify with that correction in the code. The second part of this is applying the mixed use to live local. Right now, obviously, our code is silent on how that would apply, but we would add clarification language that any live local project would be subject to the mixed use regulations. So a little bit why I'm in front of you, my staff in front of you, looking at some direction from the City Commission to move forward with these amendments prior to the completion of the project. Since the project timeline, as you saw on the previous slide, goes to September 2025, and what we're getting in interest with all the applications that we're seeing being submitted for under Live Local, we think we could move forward with a couple amendments pretty quickly if the direction from the Commission is to do so. And that's what's on the screen for you to look at. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Interesting. Any questions of
Yeah,
Jim?
Mayor.
Oh, yes, Ben.
Hey, thanks, Mayor. Jim, thank you for this presentation, this work. Mayor, this is something Jim's been, and the whole city team has been really helpful in our district because there's several Live Local projects that are progressing. And so these suggestions are ones that have been met with largely real positive feedback from the neighborhoods. It will help mitigate a little bit of the impact that folks are concerned about from a Live Local standpoint. So I'm very interested in kind of moving forward with all possible, as many possible, so that we can bring it forward to a city commission meeting for more public participation and a vote. Mayor, thanks.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
I have a question a couple of questions. When I think about my district and how this would play in, I think about the 6th Trunk Corridor, even Davie Boulevard Corridor and 19th Street, with different things that are different opportunities for those areas. Could you give me a scenario what this the impact would look like for one of those three?
Sure. The 6th Trunk area is subject to the Northwest Design Standards, so it's not subject to the mixed-use regulations. Okay. It's got its own form-based regulations, so that's separate. The 19th would be subject to this. If the properties come in, we would look at how we would apply this to a mixed-use development or Live Local Act project coming in and applying design criteria that would have a building be more compatible with its surrounding or adjacent neighborhood. Mm-hmm. That corridor is very tight and in the commercial frontage, so it would be interesting to see someone come in with a tall project adjacent to a very low-scale residential. It just wouldn't be compatible. If we can get that developed through this changes, then that's a great achievement for the city and the zoning.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So, Jim, could I just ask you,
sure.
how many Live Local projects have come into the office as of today?
And that's a good question. I have them in my notes. I think it's six that have come in. One that's been approved for sure, but we get preliminary meeting requests pretty frequently about people coming in wanting to do Live Local.
Because I'm aware of several in my district. One, actually, you can see the demolition going on right now by just north of the Gateway Shopping Center. That's happening right now, that demolition, and that'll be a Live Local project. Is that the one you're saying was approved?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Where is this?
The old motel, it was used, I forgot the name of it, but then it was also used by the Art, the Link. Then it was used as the Art Institute.
Okay, yeah.
For,
and then used by homeless people?
Yes.
Yes.
It's being demolished as we speak right now, just on Federal Highway across from the Audi dealership.
It is being demolished.
Yeah, right now.
And that's a Live Local mixed-use development project?
Yes.
That's the first one we've approved.
Yes. So that's underway.
Good.
So for the 6 or so projects that you said, are coming in or on the way in, or would any of them be affected, or they would be grandfathered, right? This wouldn't be applicable to any of them, right?
No, if they're already formally submitted and legally we could not apply it. We can't retro apply it if they formally submit an application.
Okay. I agree with what Commissioner Sorensen said. I think all of this does make sense. Obviously, it's not going to affect what we see happening right now, but I think it makes sense to continue to look at the work. Thank you.
Okay. So if there are no other questions, just there are two people who have signed up to speak, and if you can stand by, Jim.
Yep, of course.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Doug Egan, followed by Ted and Sarah. Hi, Doug.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. First of all, I just want to put on the record that I'm here primarily today in support of the staff, particularly Jim, Ella, and others, and the work that they've done. And I've got to tell you, I've known those folks for a long time. Maybe it's when I was a Fort Lauderdale city planner for several years, a long time ago. So maybe I can relate to what they're trying to do, and I understand where they're trying to go with it. And I can tell you, they're not just trying to go through a process, but they're actively soliciting input from people that have been around this stuff, including myself, for a long time. And I think maybe this is the intro to the tutorial, but there's a couple of key points that I would bring out that I think are important as we go down this path, because the world of zoning has changed, as we know, you guys know, with the things that are being talked about. You also know I've probably been one of the biggest advocates for our vibrant urban center for 3 decades, and I think we're seeing the results of that. It's come to fruition. It's plans that were put in place 25 years ago. But part and parcel with that, there was also another goal, and that's that with providing for a vibrant urban center with higher densities, higher heights, that would also take pressure off of the surrounding neighborhoods. And another way of saying that is, I think a lot of us for a lot of years, even my 2 decades on the Downtown Development Authority, was that downtown densities and downtown heights should remain downtown, and that from there we look at what is compatible with the rest of the neighborhoods. And that's brought us to the point where we're looking at commercial properties being able to incorporate or continue to incorporate mixed-use projects. And so kind of trying to get to the essence of it, there is no units per acre density requirements other than in the zoning categories that we all know, the residential existing zoning categories. But, for the most part, flex units are gone. Okay, there's a few scattered around that people can use. But, when we as a community are looking at how we guide where growth goes and where we want to have good development take place, is with the units that historically, if you were going to place residential development / mixed use development in commercial corridors, you were limited to 50 units per acre. That's gone. We also do not have what a lot of communities have, which is floor area ratios, FARs. So we don't have that to guide us. So basically what we have of the kind of envelope, if you will, is height. And these commercial corridors have had the 150-foot height limitation for probably some 50 years. And it's worked fine. For the most part, as staff was saying, it's mostly commercial, 1 to 3 units. You have the occasional office building that was built, for example, at Commercial Boulevard and Federal Highway back in the 80s and some others. So, when it really comes down to it, I think it's fundamental to bear in mind that is the guidepost, and that's what we have to work with. What I did, I thought as just a very quick exercise that I've shared with staff over time is, if you look at our vibrant urban center, the vast majority of those projects are being developed at densities of between 200 and 400 units per acre. And that's kind of what you see, 20, 30-story buildings, 40-story buildings. I also took a look at projects that are more in what I would call the higher traffic corridors, mid-density, and not just here in Fort Lauderdale, but other places in Broward County as well as other markets. I used as a representative sample my old alma mater, Stiles Corporation, because we've done projects in other parts of Broward County, for example, Plantation in their Midtown district, which is kind of more of the character and density that we're talking about on our commercial corridors. We've also developed high-density urban center projects in Charlotte and in Nashville, but we've also developed properties in other cities, Raleigh, for example, that have been more in these, again, higher traffic corridors that have been more in the range of 50 to 100 units per acre. And I use that just because we can all relate to that kind of reference. And to give a comparison, the Sunrise Harbor project, which I think many of you are familiar with, right at the Intercoastal and Sunrise Boulevard, also includes the Sunrise Harbor Mega Yacht Marina. That was actually the first project to be done under the mixed-use corridor rules at the time in Fort Lauderdale, and Stiles happened to be the ones that developed it. And it's still today a very popular project. People compliment it every time I turn around. The Mega Yacht Marina is very attractive. The people love that as well. But and I use that as a comparison because that is a project that did not exceed the 150-foot height, had generous setbacks, open space requirements, everything that was necessary, and that was about 94 units to the acre. I'm just about finished.
Okay, please do.
Thank you. And so what I wanted to try to relate is these other projects in other cities that we've developed have all been in that 50 to 100 units per acre kind of range. And I'm making that distinction because I think many people in Fort Lauderdale would consider that to be reasonable. You can look and you can see Sunrise Harbor. You can see these other projects that are 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet, but they all are very compatible with what is allowed in height today at the 150 feet. But I think that, as I started with, since we don't have FERs, we do not have units per acre any longer, that height is important to maintain in order to get that distinction between the high-density urban center and other areas that if we provide the rest of the rules properly, we'll get good development on. So with that, I just wanted to share that with you guys.
But let me just share this with you. Yes, we do have the height as a check on overdevelopment. Unfortunately, there are some developers who have found their way to avoid that height restriction. A recent example was the Sage project, which allowed, which never got to the commission, and because of their ability to manipulate the rules that we have set, and the state has set for approval process. Now we have this huge building that's going to be located next to the Corinthian, that's going to far exceed the height limitations of 150 feet. And so rules like what Jim has proposed today and what you're discussing need to be abided by. Otherwise, we're going to lose our ability to maintain the integrity and the dignity of our smaller scale neighborhoods. So those are the most important things that we have to pay attention to, because there's such a Byzantine example of rule making and rule following in our city code that we need to get a handle on that. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see developers who are going to find loopholes in such a way that frustrates the intent of the city and the people that we represent. So thank you for coming by today.
You couldn't have said it better, Mayor, and that's exactly why I'm making my attempt at articulating how strongly I feel about that 150 feet,
right,
with no kind of flexibility and a lot of other things. And I think it's because the majority of these projects are probably going to be done at lesser heights. But I personally, and for my developer friends out there, no, I'm not a heretic, but I'm a resident first. And I think that we will find very good development if we can refine some of these rules that are being put in place without a lot of rules around us.
Thank you. Lieutenant Sarah?
Good afternoon, everybody. Ted and Sarah, president of the River Oaks Civic Association. For one thing, I'd like to say that, Mayor, I couldn't agree with you more with your last statement. That was actually right on the money. And my respect for Mr. Egan is just limitless. You know, I've talked to him many times, and I just have to say that. But the one thing that he did say, which I really like, is that downtown density and downtown Heights deserves to stay downtown. I mean, in a lot of us neighborhoods, we almost feel betrayed by what's going on right now. You look at us right now with these mixed-use corridors, we're almost surrounded with Davie Boulevard to the north, Andrews Avenue to the east, and State Road 84 to the south, and there we are, like right in the middle of a canyon. And I signed up to speak late because something hit me, and the same thing that hit Commissioner Beasley Pittman when that thing said remove single-use residential reference. That scared the bejesus out of me when I saw that up there, because from the way it read was just so long neighborhoods, you know, and we're going to do anything anywhere. But we just got to be so careful, because I attended a lot of these recently where we're trying to get to 33% tree canopy in the city, and went to a lot of those workshops. And boy, it's just such a tightrope that we're walking with the wanting to get green space and then wanting to get all this development. It's a juggling, if you ask me. We got to. Then that one phrase also scared me: do not have density limitations. You know, boy, our single-family home neighborhoods are the backbone to our city. You know, you have all the other stuff, which I love and participate in, but our neighborhoods, you know, we just gotta be true to our neighborhoods, and trying to obtain that 33% canopy percentage, which we were, you know, I attended many workshops about. So. With that, I just want to say, boy, it's a scary thing. Some what's going on.
All right. Well, thank you, Ted. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm bad with names sometimes. Ted. I had Jim. Ted.
Oh, Jim.
Right here.
Okay. You can't forget Ted.
No. Every time I say Ted, I'm looking for Sarah. So Ted and Sarah. My question, just looking over the map that was provided on, page 6, where it talks about the Live Local development locations. And I'm concerned about two areas, because I'm seeing where we are abutting with other municipalities. That 31st Avenue from 19th Street, that area, we're abutting with Lauderdale. And then we go a little further south for District 3, 441, we're looking at Plantation. How does this, how do we protect ourselves, for say, with Plantation of Lauderdale? They decide to do whatever they're able to do, and we are trying to stay at a particular height, density. How does that play together? How do we play good together is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. That's a great question. I mean, for the cities to coordinate that, I'm unfamiliar with what the exact zoning is in those cities. We'd have to look at what the zoning maps are. One thing is, though, that the state law applies to all cities. So if their frontage is commercial, similar to our frontage on our side, they would have the same law applied to them. Now, what they have as far as regulations, as far as design criteria for those properties, we'd have to look into. They may have something similar, they may have something different, but what's applicable to them, just to, like us, is what the state law preempts the cities from.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of Jim? Any other questions or comments? There being none.
Mayor,
thank you, Ben. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, thanks. Jim, so what do you need to move forward? Do you have what you need, or Raquel?
I believe so. I mean, I understood the commission and the request from staff is to get direction to move forward with those amendments that were presented on the slide, those design elements, and those two changes to the references in the code language is what staff is requesting. Yes, thank you.
And what's your thinking in terms of timeline for this?
So we probably would look about 4 months to get in front of the commission. We would do, obviously, draft the language. We would do public outreach, get it to the Planning and Zoning Board, and then in front of the commission, you're probably looking at about 4 months on a tight, fast schedule. The project's timeline, I think I misspoke earlier when I was presenting, is actually September 2026 for completion. So you're talking, September of next year. So that's why we're looking at moving faster with this amendments if directed to do so.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate the work there.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay,
we
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Okay, moving on to business 3, code enforcement, lien collection, and administrative cost recovery.
So, Mayor, next
You got a lot of FaceTime today.
Yeah, I'm trying to be on TV a lot. So we have Portia Garcia, Acting Director of the Development Services Department. The Commission had asked us to bring back a presentation and information about our efforts to collect outstanding code enforcement liens. We also have our amnesty program, so we want to update you on the performance of that as well. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Garcia.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you. So I'll be providing a presentation on the city's code enforcement, lien collection, and administrative cost recovery. With this presentation, I'll go over 4 major points, reviewing our actual code enforcement lien amount, as well as our collection efforts historically, as well as our current programs. We'll take a review of several other cities within the Broward County area. We'll discuss some next steps, and then I'll request direction from the City Commission. A point to start is that code enforcement power is given to the city under Chapter 162 of the Florida statutes. With the City of Fort Lauderdale's code, our code enforcement program is under Chapter 11. The main goal of code enforcement is voluntary compliance. And so although we have a $66 million outstanding lien associated with our code enforcement efforts, our number one goal is to obtain compliance with those properties. Of the $66 million, it's important to note that we have liens that are 20 years old. Those liens are not enforceable. That amount is not included in the $66 million. And of the properties in Fort Lauderdale, 1,321 properties are responsible for that $66 million. Those properties, in some instances, do have several liens or several code violations associated with them. So it's not a dynamic to where one property has one violation or one lien. There are several instances where there's multiple liens on the properties. And of the $66 million, 44 of those properties have liens that are greater than or equal to $300,000.
My question, you said the oldest liens are 20 years old, right?
Yes.
They're not enforceable. What caused them not to be enforceable?
And I'm going to cover that a little bit later in the presentation, Commissioner. No problem.
And I want to jump on that too. So when we talk about enforceable, and this is probably a Dwayne question. So Dwayne, I didn't understand that these actually go away at a point in time. I think they just become less likely to collect. Is that the case? Or are they no longer actually enforceable? So if a house were to sell and somebody does a lien search and we find a lien on the property, can we not collect it at that point?
Honestly, I don't know when a lien extinguishes. I'll find out if there is a time period for that. To my knowledge, they don't extinguish, but
I didn't think they ever extinguished. And one of the things we can do is if we reach out and we contact these individuals and they respond to us, I know from debt collection, that starts the whole clock running all over again anyway. So I just encourage us not to look at these as uncollectible. Because I don't think they are.
So to that point, in Chapter 162.10, the statute of limitations for a lien is 20 years. After that statute of limitations runs, the city attorney's office can go through a process to recertify that lien.
Okay.
For our foreclosure process, it's another type of lien that's another thing that can create a lien being unenforceable. However, there is an administrative partial release of lien that I'll cover a little bit later in our presentation. We also have bankruptcies that affect our ability to collect liens. Under Chapter 13, there are instances where the courts can allow bankruptcy to create a discharge of a lien. In that instance, code enforcement works with the city attorney's office to determine if the bankruptcy has discharged the lien. Also, with homestead properties, Article X, Section 4 of the Florida Constitution actually exempts homestead properties from having liens foreclosed. With our limitation on enforceability, we do not waive those. Those liens actually remain on the city's books. And if we receive payment even after the time frame of the 20 years expiring, we do still collect those liens. Another thing that's important to note is that the city attorney's office has often advised us that although a bankruptcy may discharge the lien, the fines remain. And so in those instances, we still do attempt to collect the fines. And we have seen several instances in the past where people do apply for a lien reduction to a fine, and we accept that as well.
Really?
We do.
So a person can file for bankruptcy, they can list the city as a creditor, and the lien is discharged, the debt is discharged, but you think you can still collect on it after it's been discharged?
The fines, in the past, we've been told by the city attorney's office that the fines remain. And for that reason, we do offer lien reductions for the fines that remain.
Okay, interesting.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a bankruptcy attorney, and I know I have discharged many clients' liens, and they've not been collectible, but if we have another path to collect them, good for us.
Mm-hmm. The next thing we'll discuss is our collection efforts. In 2015, the city had a contract with NCS Plus. This contract spanned across several different functions of the city. One function was for the collection of code enforcement liens. We partnered with NCS Plus, and we sent a total of 948,316 claims. We did not have any exemption on the type of claim, so it could have been anything from property maintenance issues to nuisance abatement, where the city was attempting to recover its cost. Of the accounts that we sent, we actually collected $81,599. However, we paid a little over $13,000 to the vendor up front for the collection of those costs. Between 2015 and 2018, we did see the third-party collection efforts as a viable opportunity. At the time, we were told by the collector that these items would go on the creditor's report. And even though although the city may not see collection up front, that over the years, though, collection would trickle in as people attempted to clean up their credit. We saw 8.6% collection rate at the time with NCS Plus, and we did not renew that collection contract following 2018. A different method that we found a lot more successful in dealing with properties that were extremely bad were our lien foreclosure efforts. So with lien foreclosure, code enforcement partnered with the city attorney's office. We had this in place from 2018 to 2021. All of the properties that we have with liens were not transferred to the city attorney's office. We reserved this option for essentially the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst being properties that were either extremely blighted or that had fines that were extremely excessive. The minimum referral rate was $7,500 in fines. However, we did not typically refer properties with a lien that low due to the amount of cost expended to actually file the foreclosure. We saw a lot of success with the lien foreclosure option. Typically, once the city attorney's office provided the notice of intent to foreclose, the property owner oftentimes seek a settlement offer with the city. The settlement offer allowed us an opportunity to not only collect the lien amount, but to also provide some stipulations to the property owner for compliance. So we typically had milestones where the property owner had to bring certain elements of the property into compliance. This not only included the violations cited, we wanted to ensure that following lien foreclosure, that the property as a whole was beautiful and that it was in compliance. Of the 64 properties that were referred, we had 15 notice of intent to foreclose issued. This amounted to about $1.2 million total sent, and of the $1.2 million, we collected about $80,000 from those properties that were referred for foreclosure.
Wait a minute. You had 64 properties. What happened to the other 49?
There was no foreclosure action taken by the city.
For any particular reason?
I'm not sure. We would have to defer to the city attorney's office. We made the referral
Right.
for those items, and after the referral was made, if a notice of intent to foreclose was sent and the property owner or their representative responded to that notice of intent, we work with the city attorney's office to come up with compliance terms and a settlement offer.
Okay, and out of the total amount of claims, you said there was $1 million, what?
1.2 million.
1.2 million, and out of the 1.2 million, you collected how much?
80,000, I'm sorry.
What is the problem? Don't we see isn't there a problem here?
Well, what I would say about the lien foreclosure properties is it was not just about them paying the foreclosure. A lot of those properties had to obtain permits and put other improvements, dollar amount improvements into bringing the properties up into compliance.
Okay, but what's the incentive for a person to follow the rules if they know the chances of their being, of their having to pay the full amount, is very small?
It does reduce, and a little bit later into the presentation, you'll hear me recommend a reduction to like our current amnesty amount, just because when there is too large of a discount, it does reduce the incentive for compliance.
So what you're suggesting here is that when it's brought to their attention that the city's notice of intent to foreclose, it incentivizes people to spend the money to bring their property into compliance, and then we do some sort of reduction, and that's why our collection amount is lowered?
It is.
Is that kind of the narrative that you're presenting today?
It is, and what we did as a part of that process is we required the owners to provide us with invoices so that once we were in the phase of discussing the settlement amount, we took into account how much money was paid to bring the property into compliance.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mayor, if I could ask, thanks,
Yes,
Portia.
Go ahead.
So, Dwayne, what's the reason for generally for not being more aggressive on the 49 other?
Staffing.
So we don't like hours of city attorney staff members to process this?
So we have a vacancy for a litigation attorney. We previously sought to have an additional litigation attorney put on board to specifically address foreclosure issues, and we're in that recruitment process.
Okay, and you think with that person we'd be able to litigate all the properties that code brings forward?
So we would evaluate. So part of our evaluation in terms of cases and whether to pursue those cases are costs. But again, if it's not a cost consideration for the commission, and the policy is just to move forward with foreclosure as an enforcement mechanism, our office will do in kind.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, my suggestion is that I'd suggest that it be a cost analysis in terms of what would be the full recovery, what's the hours logged, potentially logged, and what does that cost benefit analysis look like? So if it's favorable, then I think it makes sense. Okay, cool. Thanks, Dwayne. Thanks, Portia.
To your point, Ben, to your point,
yeah, Mayor.
Obviously the whole goal in code enforcement is to secure compliance, right? Money in trying to secure compliance by engaging counsel, spending a lot of money on legal fees, and then in the end only receiving a paltry amount of money to cover our costs. So so your point is well taken, and it would be nice to know what the answer is there. I don't want you spending a lot of time figuring it out, but I mean, are we spending more than $84,000, to collect on $1 million worth of fines, and does that $84,000 really cover all of our legal expenses in order to secure compliance? I think that's the question, right, Ben? Yeah.
Yep. Agreed.
So, just the question to put out there, and at some point it would make sense to try to find out what the answer is.
Okay.
Anyway, please proceed.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. So our next review is of our past and current lien reduction programs. So prior to 2015, the city had a policy that allowed the city manager to settle liens that were $25,000 or less. And the overall policy at the time for settlement was that the city would collect 75% of the lien value plus administrative cost. That created a lot of property owners applying to speak to the city commission, and the ultimate change at the time was for us to adopt a lien reduction program to offset the negotiations that were occurring internally with staff. In 2015, we adopted our lien reduction program, which switched the power from the city manager's discretion to the special magistrate's discretion. The magistrate was given authority under Chapter 11 of the city's code, and with that discretion, there was criteria that the magistrate should take into consideration. However, there was no minimum or maximum amount of reduction that the magistrate had to provide. With that, we did not see a lot of consistency with the amounts of reduction provided by the magistrate. And as a result of not being able to really see a lot of consistency at the time, we really did not make a large reduction to the $66 million owed to the city. In 2024, the city decided to move towards a lien amnesty program. So typically, lien amnesty programs are a way that cities or jurisdictions use to increase their collection of liens or fines. Normally, cities that adopt these programs, they have them for around a year, sometimes shorter or a little bit longer. The value in limiting the time of a lien amnesty program is to really encourage people to hurry and settle their liens. And so with the city's initial program, we adopted the program for 1 year. And at the time of adoption, we provided quarterly reports to the city commission. And then around July of each year or June of each year, we provided the city commission with a recommendation on whether to extend or to end the program based on its success. Our initial program started in 2004. With the 2004 program, the city offered a 25% reduction. At the time, 400 properties or 400 cases were taken before the amnesty program. And of those 400 cases, there was $1.3 million collected at the time. That program occurred from February 2nd until March. In 2013, the city decided to do another amnesty program. That amnesty program provided a 4% reduction, and $119,000 was collected at the time of that program. Today's program has been a lot more successful than previous programs. We've had about 263 applications for amnesty provided. One of the conditions of that is that the properties and any other properties owned by the property owner in Fort Lauderdale be in compliance, and our staff has ensured that they are. Of these, we've had $16 million total in liens addressed through our current amnesty program. We've had $2.4 million approved in lien reductions. With amnesty, we provide property owners with 90 days to pay. And of the $1.6 million collected, in each instance, we received payment. What I would note about lien amnesty and in comparison to lien reduction is that there were instances with lien reduction where the city did not receive payment. Another method that we've used in conjunction with amnesty is related to our nuisance abatement. So in 2017, the city began taking nuisance abatement to non-valorem assessment. What this did was place the nuisance abatement and administrative costs on the person's tax bill. The intention of using non-valorem assessments is to increase the city's collection of money spent by the city to comply the violation. In a worst-case scenario, the unpaid assessment could result in the title of the property being auctioned by the Broward County tax collector. Of the assessments sent, we've received 443 assessments that valued at $430,819. And so we have 68% of those assessments remaining unpaid. What I would mention is that in 2017, when we started the non-ad valorem assessments, the city had a lot more vacant lots. And so our cutting and maintenance of those lots was extremely high at the time, as opposed to with the city becoming more developed over the last few years, there's much fewer lots. And so at some point, we may decide to move away from non-ad valorem assessments.
Portia, does this go for both homestead and non-homestead, that county's ability to collect, and that's all for, doesn't matter whether it's homestead or non-homestead?
I don't believe it does matter.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
We can't foreclose on homestead.
Right.
Correct.
That's why I'm asking about that step. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the next thing I'm going to do is highlight our municipal comparison. Some things to note with the City of Sunrise: they currently have a lien amnesty program. Their program is going from August 1st of 2024 through September 30th of 2026. They do have some exceptions outlined in their program in terms of things that they will not offer amnesty or reduction for. They have different stipulation for residential properties, which is the 10% payment, as opposed to non-residential properties would pay 15% of the face value of the lien. Their program also stipulates that the lien value has to be at least $1,000, and they have a maximum cap of $250,000 for properties to apply for an amnesty. The City of Hollywood's program, amnesty program, is running from March 5th, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. They do offer 100% lien forgiveness. And on the next slide, you'll see how that translates to how much money they've collected and how much money they have on the books. It is a surprise to me, so I'm sure it may be a surprise to you all. The other item that I will highlight on this slide is that with Pembroke Pines, they've designated, or their code administrator has the discretion to recommend or negotiate the amnesty amount. For the fine and lien collection for these cities, the thing that I mentioned about the City of Hollywood being interesting is that although they will provide 100% forgiveness as long as the person pays the application fee, they still have $232 million of liens on their books. So I thought that was pretty interesting. With Fort Lauderdale, the thing that I would highlight about us over the past 5 fiscal years is that we've actually collected 20% of our fine and liens based on the different measures: the non-ad valorem assessments, the lien reduction program, lien amnesty program. And earlier in the presentation, I mentioned that we have an administrative partial release that we use for properties that have went through a foreclosure. With those, I've highlighted the different jurisdictions and the way that they discharge liens that are unenforceable. With our administrative partial release of lien, that application goes through initial review within Development Services. Following that initial review, which includes the research for whatever the liens and fines are, it's transferred to the City Attorney's Office for review and for a final decision on whether the property qualifies for an administrative partial release. Our next steps are for us to modify our current lien amnesty program. So there's an item on that schedule for the June 30th agenda to highlight a presentation on our lien amnesty changes. We're making several recommendations. So one of our first recommendations is to reduce the discount from 90% to 85%. The reduction in discount can lead to an increase of how much we're collecting. We also want to limit the amnesty discount for certain types of violations. So nuisance violations would essentially be anything where the city is boarding a property, cutting up grass, removing graffiti, removing a derelict vehicle. Any of those violations that would be described under Chapter 18 of the city's code would only be eligible for a 50% discount. Also, repeat violations, noise violations, vacation rental violations, and anything that is irreparable or irreversible, we would want to limit to 50%. A part of the reason behind this recommendation is that, as the mayor suggested earlier, when there's too large of a discount, it decreases the effectiveness of voluntary compliance and enforcement when needed.
What about risk of, life-risking violations?
Absolutely. So those are under our really nuisance violations.
Okay.
So the city's code defines nuisance as anything that threatens the life, safety, or welfare of the community.
Okay.
And we typically use them for what you're describing, Mayor.
Okay.
I mentioned earlier that Sunrise had some exceptions to what they allow amnesty for, and they did not allow it for unsafe structures, so our nuisance code would capture that. They also did not allow for repeat violations, which we've included. They don't allow for towing. They do not allow for nuisance abatement, dog bites, their business safety inspection program until the property completes its 40-year safety recertification, and they also don't allow for anything that's dealing with solid waste. So we have two items essentially that we're requesting direction from the City Commission on, which one of them is the restart to our lien foreclosure process, which was discussed earlier with Interim City Attorney Spence. We also request city direction on revising the existing discharge policy for uncollectible liens. So the city does have an internal policy that does allow liens to be discharged, but I recall earlier in the presentation, Vice Mayor giving some comment regarding not wanting to remove or discharge those liens that are over 20 years.
Okay, so let's start with the first one, restart lien foreclosure. We haven't stopped them, have we?
We have.
Because of staffing issues?
Correct.
Okay.
So there is not a assistant city attorney assigned to the foreclosure process. However, what we have done is we have provided the city attorney with a list of properties that were previously referred for foreclosure. And earlier in the presentation, when I mentioned that there were 44 properties accounting for $300,000 or greater, those would be our top priority in recommending foreclosure if they qualify fully.
Okay, so that's really a staffing issue. It's not a policy. I don't think it's a policy issue for the commission. Obviously we'd want to continue with that, right? Yeah.
If you all do, I know under the previous, probably 3 commissions ago, there was some direction at the time for us to revisit.
Well, I just think it's an appropriate policy. It's the only way we're going to secure compliance is with with an incentive. And if the incentive happens to be a lawsuit, then whatever it takes to secure compliance, because obviously quality of life is very important here in our city. Now, with regard to revising existing discharge policy for uncollectible liens, that gets back to the previous slide about changing the discount for amnesty. I would very much support your recommendation. Anyone else have any comments?
Yeah, I do, Mayor.
Yes, Ben, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Portia. So, restart lien foreclosure. So, Portia and Dwayne, is this just like there's debt collection agencies? Are there any legal agencies that we could outsource some of the lien foreclosure work to expedite the processing of those?
So one of the things that we've been looking at is a program or looking at outside councils that kind of specialize in this area. I know some of our not necessarily neighboring municipalities, but municipalities in Florida have similar contractual relationships with council that provides that type of specialized boutique service. We're looking at the fee structure and the compensation structure that those folks have.
Okay, great. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds like could be a viable option. Okay, so Dwayne, you'll give us feedback on that once you figure that out?
Sure.
Okay, great. That sounds great. Revise existing discharge policy for uncollectible liens. So I think we need to continue pursuing those, Mayor and Portia.
Say it again.
Sorry, for the revised existing discharge policy for uncollectible liens, I think we should continue pursuing those liens.
Well, I think obviously the question is, to what extent does the law permit us to continue collecting on liens? There is a statute of limitations, which is a bar from further collections, and so is bankruptcy. So I don't know enough about that. I'd have to defer to Dwayne, but at some point we would need some direction. No matter what, we want to, the policy of this commission, I would imagine, is to pursue every lien to the fullest extent to which the law permits. And
right.
So that would be the direction from the commission, I would think.
Yeah, no, if I heard Portia right, Mayor, it sounds like there might be a city attorney action that would be needed to toll the amnesty, toll the statute of limitations, if I heard that right. So I'd be interested in hearing more about that at some point. Doesn't have to be right now.
Okay. All right.
Okay, great. Then, Portia, let me go to the previous slide, modified lien amnesty program. What is it? Slide 17. Okay, change the amnesty discount from 90% to 85%. In other words, what you're saying, if I'm hearing you right, Portia, is reduce the basically make the property owner pay more, right?
Correct, by 5%.
Okay, by 5%. Great. So just walk me through what I know we're balancing this, seeking appropriate remedial action while still a pecuniary penalty, but also revenue stream. So I know those all are three kind of components we're working together on. What if we move that way back to, let's say, 50%? So the max you can only get is 50%. So in theory, that would then increase some of the revenue. In other words, some of those properties that would come into compliance, we'd increase the revenue. That could decrease some of the compliance of others. So give me your pro and con around being even more aggressive on that.
So the advantage to the increase in 50% is it can result in properties complying voluntarily so that they do not begin to accrue a fine or a lien.
Right.
The disadvantage is that for properties that currently have a fine or a lien, it can reduce their ability to pay or to be able to afford that discount. I would also say that a disadvantage somewhat is this could negatively impact the ability to sell or to refinance to make improvements to the property if the discount is not aggressive enough. And so I think that there's different things that have to be taken into consideration if we want to focus on voluntary compliance and the overall aesthetic of the community really being a primary goal of code enforcement.
Okay. Makes sense.
And also, but Ben, we should also keep in mind that these are maximums, right? The magistrate can certainly reduce the amount of the amnesty at any point. These are just maximums, and they're at the discretion of the magistrate, are they not?
They are not for amnesty. So with amnesty, these do not go before the magistrate, Mayor.
These are just administrative.
Correct.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just interested in a more aggressive. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I think what Portia's trying to tell us is that there's a balancing act here. If you're too strict, you're never going to get compliance, and people are going to walk away and all this other stuff. If you have some sort of incentive for them to comply, you might be able to work a deal out with them.
Right, and I would also mention Acting Assistant City Manager Cooper just refreshed my recollection that with amnesty there has been a modification to allow owners to receive an additional increase or an additional decrease, rather, at the city manager's discretion based on the value of the property, as well as if there's any financial hardships.
Okay.
I'm glad, Portia, you went in that direction. My question is about hardship. Is there a window where hardship incidents play into this formula to get to payment?
There are. So we currently have at least 2 requests due to hardship. With those requests, what is occurring internally is that staff does research to make a recommendation. Once that recommendation is reviewed, at that point it's sent to the city manager for her ultimate decision, but she's provided with essentially the background and facts for it. And then another thing that staff does is the city can receive payments. And so if a property owner is not able to make the full payment up front, we do like a payment plan essentially.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions, Ben?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions of the commission? Okay, there being none. Thank you so much, Portia. Really
Thank you all.
appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, moving on to Business 4, Net Zero Plan Next Steps. A presentation.
So good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. I'm Luz Ramirez, Sustainability Coordinator with Public Works. I'm here just to build on our previous conversation on our net zero plan and hopefully present to you our future actions, current ongoing initiatives, and help answer any questions.
That was quick. Next steps.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so. So again, the goal here is to present our 5-year roadmap by highlighting 4 key actions, 3 of which are budget items, and 1 is a modification to an existing policy. We also want to provide more clarity and transparency around ongoing and future initiatives, and lastly, provide insights into our collaboration efforts. And so why am I here, and why does this matter? There's 4 articles that are presented in front of you, which provide very valuable evidence on why we need to continue paving the way towards net zero. Number 1, we are a coastal community, and so that makes us especially vulnerable to the climate impacts. The flooding that we're experiencing right now is projected to worsen in our community in the coming years. And so really implementing this plan is one of the many ways that we can continue proactively addressing the environmental risk. Number 2, Florida is one of the fastest growing states in the nation. So to keep up with customer demand, our utility has proposed rate increases of up to 13% by year 2029. So what does that mean? That means that our constituents can expect an $18 a month increase or $216 more on their utility bills by year 2029. These increases come at a time when we're already facing inflation, unaffordable homes, and insurance. And so we really need to take action in making sure that we are building homes that are energy efficient. Population growth is not only straining our utilities, but our roadways. We all live here in Florida and have surely experienced the increase in traffic. And lastly, the state is quickly becoming the hub for electric vehicles. And so this is just to say that the city needs to continue investing in climate resilient, energy efficient systems that protect both people and homes, expanding clean and accessible public transportation systems, and building out EV infrastructure across our city. And so 32 of the 55 actions listed on our net zero plan are actually already in the pipeline. Some of them include home improvement programs through our home rehabilitation, implementing the Parks Bond, exploring green infrastructure features through our future projects, providing curbside electronic recycling, continuing to do community education around recycling, and providing low-cost transportation across our community. And so now we'll shift our focus to these next 5 years based on community-focused actions, 2 of which are budget items that will help us advance our net zero goals. And so just to provide background on our greenhouse gas inventories, not to get too technical, but 55% of the emissions from our community come from the energy sector, and homes account for 38% of that. And so, like I mentioned briefly, energy burden is already a pressing issue on our communities. And if anybody is new to that term, energy burden just means that a homeowner is spending more than 10% of their gross income on energy bills. And so, these findings really reinforce that need to continue prioritizing energy efficiency across our communities. So as part of our efforts, we've collaborated with the Housing and Community Development to explore strategies for maximizing funds that are going on through CDBG. We've also partnered with GIS to develop a map and help identify neighborhoods most in need of these critical investments. And as a next step, we are seeking city's approval for the allocation of $200,000 to support the development of a strategic plan which would guide the transition to cleaner energy efficient systems. So really the plan would help us identify which neighborhoods to do those energy efficiency upgrades and target the neighborhoods that are in most need of that efficiency. The next item is in relation to our transportation. And so in 2019, our baseline greenhouse gas emissions inventory recorded that the transportation sector accounted for 40% of the community's emissions. So again, expanding clean transportation is one other powerful way that we can continue to reduce emissions and also reduce traffic across our cities. So in exploring opportunities, we've collaborated with transportation and mobility to kind of identify current projects and what we could do to support future projects. And so the recommendation here that was made was to support the expansion of circuit service in the northwest service area that you see here in the map. This is a community that could benefit from not just affordability, but accessibility across the community. And so we're requesting the initial allocation of $200,000 to fund the increase of this service, which would just add 2 vehicles to that already current service. And so with $200,000, we would be able to operate up to 11 months and provide 6,000 trips or 12,000 service miles over a period of 11 months.
Would you expand the geographical area or just, I'm sorry? Oh. Would you expand the geographical area or just add more vehicles?
So when we spoke with Transportation and Mobility, this was a service unit that had only 2 vehicles servicing that community, and the expansion of that same service area would be the ideal target. If we had more funding, I'm sure that would be something that they would be open to.
All right, so this is just to add more vehicles to the existing service area?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question. So in our earlier budget presentation, there was a line item for using county surtax funds for micromobility. So help me understand.
So and Milos, you can speak to that a little bit more, but from what I understand is that the county does not provide enough service in that area that I'm speaking about, and so
I know up to this point they have not, but my takeaway from looking at the budget presentation was that they are now agreeing that we can use a surtax fund. So Milos, if you could kind of talk to that.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. So Yvette Matthews, Acting Director of the Office of Management and Budget. So the the interlocal agreement that is being adjusted for the use of surtax will allow the city to fund microtransit services directly from surtax funding. This is a transition from how we've done it historically. We are including in the budget, maintaining the same level of service that was previously included in the general funds, but transitioning the funding source associated with it.
Right. So
then how does this relate to, so how do these two things interrelate?
I believe this is an expansion of the existing service. So
there's an expansion of the existing availability of funds for the service, but the question being asked is, does it have to come out of general funds, or are we applying for a grant through the city's surtax money?
So we plan to apply surtax money to the existing micromobility program, and what's being presented here today is an expansion of that, which would require additional funding.
All right, so we have a dollar-for-dollar substitution of surtax for existing general fund dollars, and now you're asking them, so basically we're going to take the general fund dollars that were freed up by the county surtax and reinvest them back in the program. Is that sort of a roundabout way of getting to where we are? Okay. Thank you.
And just for clarification, all of the dollar figures in this presentation reflect potential future expenditures, so it's not something that's being requested for the upcoming fiscal year. Note that we have included a pilot program for solar panels in the fiscal year 26 budget to the tune of $100,000, but everything that's being presented here today is for a future fiscal year beyond 26.
And if I might add, Miloš Majstorović, Acting Director for Transportation and Mobility. So the service area that we're seeing here on the screen is the service area that we started serving in February of this year. We were able to secure a FDOT grant for about $600,000 that 100% funds this service over the next 3 years. So again, what Luz is pursuing in here is simply adding additional vehicles to this service area that is normally funded by FDOT grant.
Okay. And so now we're going to pivot towards the internal government focus actions, one of which City Manager pointed, which is the existing capital improvement project on solar for fiscal year 2026, and one other policy modification of our existing vehicle policies. And so just to give you a background, the government greenhouse gas inventory accounted that 15% of our emissions for the municipal greenhouse gas are coming from the energy use in our buildings. So to help reduce the emissions and also just to account for the utility rate increases, which now reflect 13% by year 2029, we're seeking your support to fund $100,000 per year for the next 5 years to expand and put solar across our city facilities. We've been collaborating with Fire and Parks and Rec to identify sites. And so that is the ask for this action. And then vehicle fleet accounted for a quarter of our municipal greenhouse gas emissions in year 2019. So again, to help reduce emissions in our transportation sector, and even to help reduce cost on maintenance and fuel, we've decided that it would be great if we could formalize a fleet electrification policy. You heard earlier today from our SAB board member in support of electrifying our non-emergency vehicles to BEVs by 2035. And so just to provide background, our light-duty fleet is made up of 12,000 vehicles. What you see here listed are the ones tagged for electrification, and that would be 630 vehicles, again, non-emergency vehicles. The chart on the right really models a gradual replacement of those vehicles. So we're looking at 84 vehicles per year. So if the city began transitioning all non-emergency vehicles to be electric by fiscal year 2027, we would meet this goal.
Can I ask a question about that?
Of course.
So just doing my own kind of research on this, and it says that going to electric vehicles, because of the cost of production, because of the rare earth minerals, disposal of batteries, and everything else, that this doesn't really result in a net zero carbon footprint. So I remember years ago when we first started talking about this, probably, when John Holzel was in charge of parking and mobility, so maybe 15, 16 years ago, we ran an analysis of it, and we were using Ford Escapes back then, which we could buy for like $14,000, and we hung on to them for about 10 years. And it was a lot more beneficial to the environment than to keep these little four-cylinder cars around that got 40 miles to the gallon and run them into the ground than it was to go out and buy brand new vehicles, which then had to be manufactured. So we're contributing to the carbon footprint for manufacturing, and then we're creating a tremendous amount of waste associated with the batteries, and not to mention the difficulties of where we get these rare earth minerals from. So let's kind of talk about that a little bit, because I'm not seeing in the research that I'm doing that going electric actually achieves anything remotely close to net zero.
Glenn Hadwin, Sustainability Manager, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for having us here to talk about net zero. As far as the environmental impacts of vehicles go, there are, from the research I've done, there are studies that show that initially when you have the two vehicles, there can be more environmental impacts with electric vehicles, but over time, as you use them more, you reach a threshold where you have the benefit there's more of a benefit. And as a fleet policy in general, regardless of gasoline and electric, is that we replace our vehicles at 7 years. And if we go from gasoline, the slide, we haven't gotten into this slide yet, but it shows you how much we can reduce the gasoline we are using as a city. And, we are looking at our net zero emissions, the things we control. And as the vehicles get more efficient and they're made more efficiently and with more environmental benefits, I think we'll see more benefits from them.
Is the battery life on electric vehicles 7 years?
It's more than 7 years, and so we wouldn't have to be replacing the battery of those vehicles.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay, and so like Glenn alluded to, we did a very quick life cycle cost analysis comparing gasoline versus fleet. So if we just continue to replace gasoline vehicles, we would spend $30 million versus $26 million. And so the estimated savings here would be $4 million. And so the key findings were really that the city would realize a 73% reduction on fuel cost and a 39% reduction in maintenance costs. Now we're pivoting towards the medium and long-term net zero initiatives that are hopefully in the pipeline. Some of them include introducing a sustainable tourism program, addressing the reduction and management of our construction and demolition waste, supporting a green workforce development, something that the city of Miami has already implemented, and other municipalities across Florida. And so we're really here for your support in helping fund the proposed budget items that I spoke about. We're also here to ask that the City Commission adopt the proposed net zero plan via resolution, as it's fully endorsed by the Sustainability Advisory Board through the March 4th Commission meeting. And that's everything.
Anyone have any questions of... No? Okay.
No question, just a comment. I just, as I'm sure it'll come as no surprise, I've never supported this in all the years that I've been here. I don't support it now.
Okay. So what's the ask here, Raquel, as far as this presentation is concerned?
So I think we wanted to gauge your support for certain initiatives that are included as part of the plan and to identify potential next steps for staff to take action on those initiatives.
Okay, so some of the initiatives that are being sought for are financials, starting with Circuit, an additional $200,000. Any comments on that?
So it's not that we would necessarily need the funding at this time, but wanted to understand if the commission was interested in moving forward from a policy standpoint.
All right, and in pursuing it.
Yes.
Yeah. As far as vehicle replacement and putting solar panels on buildings, I don't think the solar panels on buildings are controversial. They've always been shown to be very cost effective. So, what do the folks think about the vehicle replacement with electric vehicles? Is there a consensus here to move forward with that? The vice mayor is against it. What do the rest of you think? Anyone have any questions? Ben, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, man. And I think you're doing it, Mayor. I just wanted to kind of sum up to make sure I'm tracking the suggestions here. So I just want to kind of make sure I'm understanding. So is page 6, Community Energy Strategic Plan, is that the first kind of suggestion you're making?
So the timeline here is not in order. So the first one would be, which is already part of our CIP budget ask, is the solar installation across government facilities. The Community Energy Strategic Plan would ideally be for the 2027 fiscal year budget request. The fleet policy, again, something that we can work internally. I'm not sure on the process of that and what the timeline would look like.
Okay, so just a suggestion, maybe let's just kind of, Mayor, just so I'm understanding it, if we could just go one by one. So Community Energy Strategic Plan. So are you asking us, do we support this initiative? Is that the ask to the commission right now? Is that one of the asks?
That's the ask, to support the initiative and the efforts and the components that comprise that initiative.
Okay, well, I just want to go component by component, make sure I'm tracking these, because some components we might object to. So Community Energy Strategic Plan, transition to energy efficient electrical systems. So that makes sense to me. Is that one of the things and what's your name? Sorry.
Luz Ramirez.
Luz.
Okay, so that's one thing you're asking us. Do we support that? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so I like that. I'm all for that, Mayor. Is everyone else good with that, or
Me
no?
too. Yeah, I think we had consensus on that.
Yes.
Okay, great. Then circuit micro transit expansion. I like that. That's another thing you're asking.
I think we're in favor of that too.
Yes.
We're all in favor of that. Okay, great.
Yes. It's the fleet policy that is the only one that the vice mayor was objecting to, and I just wanted to ask.
He's just objecting to that one, not everything.
Right. So,
okay.
So the question is, is there a majority on the commission that supports when we do replace vehicles, that they be replaced with the electric vehicles?
Got it. I support that. So
okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
I do too.
All right. So we have a majority. Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Yes, I agree as well.
Okay. So there's a majority that agrees with that policy as well.
Great, thanks, Mayor. And then the last one, I think, if I'm just reading everything right, the solar panel installation, which I think you already mentioned, Mayor, which I support.
We agreed on
too.
that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So,
very
Mayor,
good.
we'll use that feedback as we build the budget for future years, as we go after grants, and as we leverage our existing resources.
Yeah, and any new buildings that we build, like City Hall and so forth, there's showing, the construction being a net zero building and a LEED certified building. That would be very important. All right, very good. Thank you, Luz.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Finally, business 5, we have the mayor's appointments to the election board to certify the results of the election of the employees recommended appointee to the civil service board. Now, I understand. What is the time commitment on that?
Time commitment will entail about a 1/2 hour of time by the two commissioners to come to Human Resources and help us count ballots and certify the election.
Is that half an hour to count ballots? Okay. How come it takes the supervisor all night? That's a half hour per election, correct?
Yes, we only have the one election.
Okay. All right, raise your hand. Who wants to do this?
Just curious, do we have to notice that since it's 2 commissioners, Dwayne? It's a public meeting?
If you're going to discuss matters that will foreseeably come before the commission.
Well, if we have 2 commissioners and we're counting ballots about something that's going to put somebody in a seat, it sounds like shitty business. Just curious.
We can research what we've done in the past and whether, what. I don't know how you certify the election by doing that, but
I might be able to help out in this. I was here during the last election from the employees nomination, and we did notice the meeting. Nobody showed up, but we did notice it.
Nobody from the public showed up.
Nobody from the public showed up, exactly.
We barely get people to come to these meetings, so I'm not surprised. But.
Well, I would think that it should be people who are term limited, who have no interest in the outcome of the next election, and that would be me and Commissioner Glassman. Can you handle it?
Is this time sensitive?
It's not urgent, but it does need to be done within the next month or so.
All right. See, look at your cruise schedule for
I was gonna
2028.
say, I might not be around. If there's anyone else that's really eager to do it, I'll defer to that person.
And as a reminder, it is a one-time meeting. I don't anticipate it'll last more than 20 minutes to a half an hour at most.
Yeah, and I do think it might be most appropriate for people who are term limited, who are not running for re-election, who don't have an interest in the outcome.
I thought this is just the civil service people. What?
It's to count votes.
Let me give you a little background. There are actually 3 members of the Civil Service Board. One is nominated by the mayor, one's nominated by the city manager, and a third one's nominated by the employees who are in the certified or the classified status in the city.
Okay.
We have run the election. We've got the ballots. We just need somebody to certify them by the charter requirements.
All right, so it'd be one person then from the commission then. I would appoint that person.
No, the charter requires 2 members of the city commission sit on the.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, all right. So just put that out. I will recommend myself, and I guess we'll wait another month for. Can't wait a month. We only have one more meeting this.
When do you have to do this?
Within a month.
We would like to get it done before the end of the month. Yes.
I could tell that Commissioner Beasley Pittman really wants to do this. I could see she's asking a lot of good questions, and I sense that she really wants to do this. I could look. I see.
Yeah, but she's if she runs for re-election, she'll have an interest in the outcome, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Are we mixing up 2 different things here?
Yes.
I don't think
this is
we're not
merely
talking about that.
What is this,
Mayor? Civil service.
So the classified employees elect a representative to represent them on the Civil Service Board. You select 2 commissioners. The mayor appoints 2 commissioners to review their election results and certify their appointment to the Civil Service Board.
This has nothing to do with city elections, Mayor. Nothing to do.
And that's the whole responsibility. There's nothing else.
That's the whole responsibility.
So
nothing
Commissioner
else.
Beasley Pittman and I will do it.
That's beautiful. I second that.
Okay, we'll have the city clerk put those names forward tonight then.
Laura, did you have something to do with this?
Okay. It's now 10 minutes to 5 approximately. So we have city commission reports. So let us move ahead and do that. So Vice Mayor, do you have any report? Okay.
I have a question. I have what I think is a little lengthy. Could I submit some of them just for the records and just give one as a example? Okay. All right. Okay. We'll do that. I'm going to take up okay. Let's put it in the congressional. Okay. There are 3 items that I want to share. I'm going to ask, I had given to the city clerk a video that I would like to have played.
us dancing on stage.
Hello, I'm Mary Lou Tai, Executive Director of the Broward League of Cities. It's my pleasure to share a little about who we are, what we do, and the impact we've made across our beloved Broward County. The Broward League of Cities was founded over 60 years ago with a simple but powerful mission: to bring together all 31 municipalities in Broward County and establish a unified voice. Our mission is rooted in collaboration, advocacy, and education, working to strengthen local governance and ensure the highest quality of life for our residents. The One Broward theme is the heart of our work. One Broward is more than just a slogan. It's a mindset, a belief that if we work together with a shared vision, we can continue to make Broward the best place it can possibly be for all of us. Over the last 9 years, One Broward has guided and inspired our efforts. Through this lens, we've built, connected, empowered, engaged, united, energized, embraced, innovated, and experienced our work program to help our cities develop strong public policies that serve every resident. One of our notable achievements was securing $102 million in CARES Act funding for Broward's 31 municipalities during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. This critical funding supported our cities in providing additional revenue to cover COVID-19 costs, as well as essential services such as emergency housing assistance and enhanced public health measures. Another example of our advocacy in action was negotiating a higher reimbursement rate for school resource officers. Ensuring the safety of our children and educators remains a top priority, and these officers play a key role in solidifying a more secure learning environment. We also played a vital role in creating the Solid Waste Authority of Broward County, a landmark achievement to develop a comprehensive and sustainable approach to waste management. By bringing together stakeholders from across the county, we've established a system that will benefit our One Broward environment and communities. Most recently, our focus has shifted to promoting civility in municipal government. Through fostering respectful dialogue and collaboration among our leaders, we're helping them work more effectively to serve the people of Broward County. The Broward League of Cities is more than just an organization. It's a partnership, a commitment, and a voice for every city in our county. Thank you for your support. Together, and through the guiding principles of One Broward, we're building a brighter, stronger, and more united Broward for generations to come. We look forward to working with you to make our shared vision a reality.
Thank you. Wanted to highlight that video. I'm really excited that I've been given the opportunity to continue to represent our city as a part of the Broward League of Cities board. And I wanted to share on Thursday, June 5th, we did have a board of directors meeting. That particular meeting was hosted by the city of Hollywood. And during that meeting, there was a presentation that was presented by Resilient Broward, and it was giving the countywide resistant plan for 2025. It was delivered by Dr. Jenny Gerardo, and she went into real details about the plan that is highlighted. The presentation went over the overview for the resistant plan has been put together by Broward County. It has some key action benefits that included reducing flood risks, strong economies, improving public health, environmental preservation, and also community preparation. During this address, of course, it had two tiers that it referred to. Tier 1 to be completed by the year of 2050, done by 2050. It's preparing for 2 feet of rise in sea levels by the year of 2050, with the strategies including construction of the seawalls up to 5 feet, and to mitigate the floodings that we are being subject to. Enhancing draining systems to manage heavy rainfalls, and also adding pumping stations. Tier 2, it will address the projection for the increase of 3.3 feet in rise of sea levels, with additional strategy for sea walls to be erected up to 7 feet. And this is also this is to be completed by the year of 2070. I have the plan that was given to us, and I want to give it to City Manager. I haven't had an opportunity to speak with her, but the details that are listed in the plan, I do believe that our team that's working on resilience regarding climate change, I don't know if we are in conversation and been in conversation with the county, but I do believe that we need to have that conversation so we are in alignment with what is being presented, and that's going to happen over these next years to come.
So let me respond to that.
Yes.
Our staff is in regular communication. Yes. Dr. Gassman, our Public Works Department, our resiliency folks.
Yes.
We walk together with their resiliency folks.
Perfect.
But the thing you just mentioned really, it just becomes, at what point are we going to build walls around our cities? 7 feet is a tall wall.
Understood.
Right now, I believe it's 5 feet. And we enacted that ordinance before the county did. And then the county came around and pretty much copied what we did. But to say by 2070 we need 7 feet, imagine what that's going to look like. And imagine the cost involved. And where is this world going? Would it be 10 feet by the end of the century? Is it going to be 20 feet? At what point do we say to ourselves that, the coastal communities are going to be at risk and we need to change how we live here in Fort Lauderdale? I don't expect to be around in 2070, but
where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going under, not over. But the point is that, we talk about resiliency, we talk about net zero, we talk about trying to participate and be good neighbors in this world to try to reduce our carbon footprint, which is really the only solution. It's not building walls. It's reducing our contribution to the impact that fossil fuels have on our atmosphere. So. She's great. Miss Jahardo is really wonderful. I've worked with her in the past, but the point is there has to be a point in time where we have to be realistic about what we can really do to prevent rising sea levels. 7 foot walls are huge.
Understood.
And I can't imagine our city being built, to that extent. But
this is like I said, it was a presentation,
I know.
A discussion that was brought forward, and understanding that we are in conversation, which is what I wanted to make sure. And the other part of my reason for bringing this forward, whatever's being discussed, we need to be at the table. And like you said, 7 feet. That is a large, tall wall. And then also in the conversation, it went into what the money looks like, that financing, and how much this will cost us, the county and the municipalities. So I brought the report to give to City Manager, so those who are addressing our resilience plan, that we would have that knowledge as well. Okay, so that's the reason for that. Okay, also with that, since I'm talking about the Broward League of Cities, wanted to also share that on Saturday the 7th, it was the 68th annual gala for the Broward Leagues. During that gala, the board members, which I am considered one of, we were sworn into oath to continue to represent our municipalities, along with our ordinance that were also identified. But we had a great time, and it was a privilege for me to have that opportunity to be sworn in, taking an oath, saying that I will represent our city, being in place for those meetings when most available, and bringing back information.
And we appreciate that, too.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Okay, moving on. I would like to also share on Friday, June 6th, we held a dedication ceremony acknowledging and honoring the legacy of the late Lieutenant Bobby G. Glenn. He was a firefighter for Broward County, City of Fort Lauderdale. Actually, he was the first African-American firefighter that was hired in Broward County by the City of Fort Lauderdale. So in conjunction with our fire department and our city, we were able to acknowledge and celebrate his legacy. The celebration was held at Walker Elementary, which is also the grounds of the old Dillard Museum. In the museum is where the uniform of Lieutenant Glenn is on display. In attendance, I was so excited to see Commissioner Herbst as well as Commissioner Sorensen. They were there to honor us in this opportunity, along with City Manager and many of our assistant city managers were in the house as well. This was a great opportunity to recognize Mr. Glenn's legacy, his wife, Ms. Iola Glenn, and many family members who traveled throughout the state and outside of the state came to witness this opportunity of Mr. Glenn's uniform being placed in the museum for all to see and for his legacy to be continued. I also wanted to thank Stratcom for helping plan and put a beautiful event together. Thank you to Chief Golan and his staff. They did a beautiful opportunity. They made it a beautiful event. And very proud that we as a city committed to honoring Mr. Glenn. Okay? And with that being said, that's all the time I want to take today.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Wednesday, June 4th, I wanted to thank our Transportation and Mobility Department. We had a really good session over at ArtServe. Broward County is proposing improvements to Andrews Avenue between Sunrise Boulevard and Oakland Park Boulevard. And this was another meeting in that series of getting the residents together from that neighborhood and also from Wilton Manors. So we were also joined by residents from Wilton Manors in that effort as well. So looking forward to that. And also to the work that's going to actually go on Andrews between Sunrise and Oakland. Also attended that day the 2025 Marine Industries Annual Meeting and Awards. Always a really good gathering, a packed room, and just to see a lot of the young people that are coming up in the ranks and really taking part in our second largest industry in after tourism. So that's always a great event, and congratulations to everyone involved in that program as well. Tuesday, June 10th, had the pleasure of convening our quarterly District 2 Neighborhood Association President's Roundtable, and I wanted to thank Raquel for taking time from her busy day to meet with the 20 neighborhood presidents who were in attendance that day. A very dedicated group, very knowledgeable group, very passionate, and Raquel, thank you for taking the time to be with all of them last Tuesday. That evening, I had the pleasure of joining the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations at their social, held at McSorley's on the beach in District 2, and again, another great gathering and an opportunity to say thank you to all of the folks that volunteer their time and very much do a great job in representing their neighborhoods at that council. So again, thank you. Thank you to President Bill Brown for bringing everyone together for that as well. Wednesday, June 11th, it was a pleasure to take that, quote, first stroll, unquote, at Huizinga Park and see the reimagining of that on the Riverwalk and what that's going to be when it's completed. I think it's going to be an absolute jewel downtown. And a really well-attended green space in our city. And I wanted to thank the Downtown Development Authority for that event and for bringing everyone together. Tonight, I don't have to remind everyone, go Cats. Lord Stanley will be in the house, I understand, because there's a chance that that cup will be claimed this evening. So I wanted to wish our Florida Panthers all the very best this evening. Tomorrow evening, I will have the pleasure of attending the Take Pride event at the Galleria Mall. This is sponsored by our History Fort Lauderdale, the Westin Hotel Resort on the beach, and the Galleria Mall itself. And it really is a very proud time for me. I'm very humbled to be among the honorees that evening. So I look forward to joining all of those really outstanding folks tomorrow evening at the Galleria. On a note, I did want to say a very big thank you to the Westin Hotel and the Galleria, and also History Fort Lauderdale. I'm sure people have been reading in the news that this is a time when many corporations, especially large corporations, have been pulling back on their sponsorship of anything to do with any LGBTQ plus events. So I wanted to say a specific thank you to these folks who are still doing that work and still showing that support and still creating an event for the community to celebrate and to rejoice. Thursday, June 19th, I'll be joining the Central Beach Alliance at their meeting. I guess that's the last one before the summer break. So I'll look forward to attending that as well. Friday, June 20th, we have another ribbon cutting in District 2 at a place called Through the Vine on Northeast 7th Street, right across from Parlor Donuts. So I look forward to that in Flagler Village. Tuesday, June 24th, FDOT is doing another outreach meeting. We have some crosswalks going on A1A at Northeast 27th Street and also 14th Court. One will be just pedestrian signal. One will be a full signal. So I'm really looking forward to that. That will be, I believe, at Embassy Towers on the beach. We expect summer construction to start for that. So I also wanted to thank Transportation and Mobility for the coordination of that as well with FDOT. Thursday, June 26th. I cannot believe it's been 30 years, but it has been 30 years. I had the privilege of being one of the founding members of the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation. And Thursday, June 26th, the Trust will be celebrating 30 years at House on the River. I look forward to attending that event as well. Friday, June 28th, congratulations to the Dolphin Democrats and holding their gala at the Westin over at Cypress Creek. I did just have a couple of comments. I hope everyone had a chance to see Forbes magazine's article that came out last week. It was entitled, "Florida's Spring Break Capital is Now Its Newest Luxury Real Estate and Financial Hotspot." It was a rather lengthy article, but an excellent article all about what's happening in Fort Lauderdale. It was very comprehensive. I've been hearing from a lot of folks that have seen it. I actually posted it on some of my social media pages. But I will tell you that it's gained a lot of attention, and it was extremely positive, and a really nice representation of what's happening in our city. I also wanted to thank the police department. As most people probably are aware, this past Saturday at A1A and Sunrise in District 2, we had a No Kings protest. So there was some apprehension before that event. We didn't quite know what was going to happen, but I think the police did such an excellent job. I also want to thank the folks that did show up and express themselves because it was such a well-organized and well-behaved protest. Estimates have it at about 2,000 people at that intersection of A1A and Sunrise. I drove by at the very beginning and I saw that it was just such a good example of how folks can express themselves in an orderly and a well-behaved way. We had the barricades on the sidewalk. I didn't see any example of folks going into the streets. Traffic was not impeded on A1A or else coming west on Sunrise from A1A. So I really wanted to thank not just the police department, but also the folks that did find their way to that protest. I think the only thing that was a negative was that there were some folks that suffered from some heat exhaustion. But other than that, I think everybody really conducted themselves in a very professional way. And I wanted to say thank you to city staff for being prepared for that, our police department, and again, to the folks that were participating in that protest. That's it from me, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, great. Commissioner Sorensen, do you have any report to make?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Want to thank city staff. We had a public meeting about Lake Sylvia anchor limitation area. which is really making great progress. And so really good community support for that. And city staff did a great job there. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, yeah, it was great being there celebrating Bobby Glenn, and having his widow there was really special, I thought, and his family was really great. Raquel, got your memo about Southeast 17th Ave. So what do you need to move forward with the pilot there?
So this was discussed at a prior conference meeting, and we just wanted to give some background information as requested, and Milos will go through the process.
Good afternoon, Milos Majstorovic, Acting Director for City's Transportation and Mobility Department. So back on May 6th, Commissioner Sorensen requested the support from the City Commission on temporarily closing the Southeast 17th Avenue, and the City Commission requested some additional information from us. We issued a Commission Memo 25081, and basically looked at the traffic conditions in there based on the traffic counts that were collected in September of 2024. We did notice very minimal traffic counts. There were some illegal movements as well along southbound Southeast 17th Avenue. And again, Southeast 17th Avenue connecting to Las Olas really allows only for southbound to westbound movement, so southbound right turn movement. We discussed this with our police department, fire department. Neither one of the two entities have any concerns with the closure. We do not have any concerns with the closure, and we did receive a letter of support from Coley Hammock to proceed with the temporary closure. If we do receive a direction from City Commission, we can proceed with the installation of temporary closure within the next 6 to 8 weeks, I would say, and evaluate if there is any feedback, whether positive or negative. We can communicate that back to you.
Can I comment on that? I understand that the people that live on that street want to stop all traffic on the street, and I guess I would support it on a temporary basis to see how it will impact the traffic flow. But I would not want this to become a pattern throughout the city where people try to close off their streets for privacy or for safety reasons, because we already have enough traffic on our roads, and to limit the number of roadways in which traffic can travel throughout our city is not helping. So let's see if this has a detrimental effect on 15th Avenue, 14th Avenue, 13th, and so forth. Because I spoke with Jackie Scott, and she represents Coley Hammock, but I'm just concerned how limiting the number of pathways we have getting in and around the city will become an ask for many different neighborhoods, and I just want to make sure that this is not going to be the beginning of a pattern of requests that we would receive from other parts of the city as well. And so, like I said, when it comes up, I'll be happy to support it, but on a just to test it out and see how it works, maybe a 6-month basis or something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We completely agree. And if we do receive a direction and proceed with temporary closure, we'll come back to you and we'll communicate any findings after that is implemented.
Okay, great.
I'm fine with it also, Mayor.
Okay, please continue, Ben.
Okay, great. Thank you all for giving that a try, and thank you, Milos. So you have what you need, Milos, for that?
Yes, he says yes.
He says yes. Okay, great. Thank you.
I did not receive any. We did not receive any opposition. Right? We're all in agreement.
I think the majority is in agreement. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Great. Next up, had a great meeting with Broward County staff, specifically the Broward County Aviation Department and city staff about Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport and drainage and impact on especially our southern neighborhoods, Edgewood and River Oaks. And so this is going to be the first of many meetings. I don't know if we've ever had a meeting where we bring all these stakeholders together.
Actually, we have.
With the city commissioner? Yeah.
After the flood, Alan Dodd convened a meeting with the county, with FDOT, and with a number of different stakeholders, sat around the table and said, hey, we can't have this happen again. And he's not with us now, but that conversation has been going on for a little while. I don't think anything has resulted from it, but what happened to Edgewood was not just a travesty, but a sin. When we find that the systems are designed to dump all their water into that neighborhood, where you have the sewer drains from 595 dumping into that neighborhood, where you have the county's runoff systems dumping into that neighborhood. I mean, it just makes no sense whatsoever. It was inevitable that they would be flooded because the canal alone cannot sustain the outflow that ultimately was imposed upon it during that flood. Now, needless to say, 26 inches of rain in 5 hours, we hope we never see again. And I wouldn't wish that on any city, any neighborhood, anywhere in the country. But I just want you to know, going into this, Ben, we really appreciate your pursuing that, because the county needs to be pushed to install pumps so that the drainage system is enhanced through a pump system, not just a gravity system, as the northern runway continues to collect water in a rainstorm such as the one we experienced. So I appreciate your efforts.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I appreciate your support on it. And basically, so, good education for me and learning more about the specifics, but more or less the basin that drains into Edgewood from the airport is about a third or half the size of Edgewood.
Yeah.
So this is a significant landmass.
Yeah, but it's a gravity system. And when
I'm aware,
and the water can't drain out fast enough, and that's what happened to Edgewood.
Right.
There are plans. They have plans. They have designs for a pump system, but they never funded it, and that's what needs to be done. They need to fund their own plans to drain. What's the name of the canal? The Osceola Canal. They need to implement that drainage system, and that would further protect not just Edgewood but also River Oaks.
Right. So we're working on all that, and obviously we don't want them pumping more into our neighborhoods. We want them mitigating in other places. So so we're working on that. We've dredged, as you all know, the city's dredged the southern portion of the Osceola Canal. We need to dredge the northern portion to actually make it an effective water retention pathway, which hasn't been done yet. So we're working on that. We're working with Broward County. One of the things I'm interested in is really limiting the flow of water north from the airport into our neighborhood. So a lot of work to do, but it was a good get together to really start digging into the details. Nancy Gassman and Anthony Fajardo and others were there and really helpful in moving that forward. So I'll keep you updated on that, Mayor and Commissioners. So we'll continue to make progress there. Also, Mayor, I know this will especially appeal to you. Wanted to welcome Ethos Greek Restaurant. George Papas, the owner, opened their third location, which happens to be in District 4 on 17th Street. So I want to celebrate them.
What's the name of the restaurant?
Ethos.
Oh, Ethos opened on 17th Street.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where on 17th Street?
It's 17th, the Panera Plaza. So it's if you know that plaza where like Ross is and
in that shopping center. Okay.
Yeah. So go by.
Okay.
Since you're what do you call yourself? The first openly Greek mayor, right?
I'll meet you there.
Deal. All right.
We'll
Great.
have some moussaka together.
There you go. So that's exciting. That's great. Wanted to commemorate Juneteenth coming up, celebrate that important historic day in our nation's history. And go Cats. Go to the Iceplex tonight. Watch the Panthers take the cup. Amazing turnaround of a franchise over the years, and just all the kudos to the Panthers leadership, the vast majority of which are United States military veterans that lead that organization. So from the owner to Matt Caldwell to Bryce, and just proud of all they're doing. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ben. Just a few things. We had the opportunity on June 14th, this past Saturday, Commissioner Beasley Pittman and myself participated in the Juneteenth celebration at Carter Park, and tonight we'll hear a resolution on that as well. Yesterday we had a great opportunity to host, along with the county, a number of council generals from throughout South Florida. They represented countries as far away as Sierra Leone, Japan, Bangladesh, Israel, and quite a few other nations. So we're very proud to have hosted that event yesterday. It was really very nice here at the Pier 66. Tomorrow I'll be leaving to go to Tampa, to attend the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and hope to meet with a number of mayors on quite a few topics that will be presented over the week. And let me see some of the things that have not been mentioned. On June 26th, we're going to be doing the grand opening of the Mount Hermon Apartments. That's at 11 a.m. at 750 Northwest 4th Street. Inviting everyone to attend there. Another restaurant, I think it's in District 4, Sakana, 6 p.m. at 400 Southwest 1st Avenue. And finally, at the Museum of Discovery and Science at 11 a.m., I will be reading to small kids at Family Pride event. Again, that's June 28th at the Museum of what's that? The Museum of I can't hear you, so please don't yell from the audience. At the Museum of Discovery and Science. So that being said, that's really all I have to say. And Raquel?
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to echo the sentiments in terms of our staff participation in various events over the last couple of weeks. I want to particularly highlight our Parks and Recreation Department. We held our second monthly sandbag giveaway or distribution, and we saw a 70% increase in the number of bags that were distributed. Thanks also to Parks for the Juneteenth event, which was the first time that we've hosted such an event, and we're looking forward to seeing that event grow in future years. Also want to thank our public safety professionals in police and fire for their activity over the weekend and making sure that the demonstration was safe and that the city functioned appropriately. We're also looking at opportunities to promote the City Hall unsolicited proposal. Although it was noticed or advertised in the Florida Administrative Register and in the Sun Sentinel, perhaps there's an opportunity for us to promote it otherwise so that we can get a more robust response and have a greater opportunity to identify the appropriate partner. So that's it. We are planning for the Panthers to be successful tonight, and we will see what comes after that. Thank you.
Okay. Dwayne, do you have any report to make?
I actually do. So earlier today, this morning, I sent you an email with regards to PH1, advising the commission that according to section 8.21, because portions of that property are zoned park, that it would require a unanimous vote of the entire city commission. Fortunately, our current resolution 2525, that governs remote participation, precludes participation of commission members on quasi-judicial items and public hearing items. So what I'm proposing to do is provide a walk-on resolution for this evening to be heard prior to PH1 so that Commissioner Sorensen can participate in that. What we would be doing with that resolution is striking the provision that excludes his participation for quasi-judicial and public hearing items. That provision was inserted in our original resolution that was adopted in 2014, and it was based on guidance from the judiciary in terms of how it dealt with the rules of general practice and judicial administration. That rule, specifically 2.530, was amended in 2022, and the judiciary now allows remote participation as part of their evidentiary hearings. And so I see no reason to preclude or to keep this provision in our policy with regards to remote participation. So we'll have a CAM and a resolution that will be provided to you shortly.
All right, great. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I just need some clarification, because yesterday when we met with pre-agenda, you said it would need a supermajority vote. So that it no longer needs a supermajority; it needs unanimous.
Unanimous vote of the entire commission.
But I did hear you correctly yesterday, right? Yesterday you said supermajority.
You did hear me correctly, yes.
Okay, because I had a note about that. All right, so now it's not supermajority; it's unanimous.
In accordance with the charter provision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that concludes our conference meeting. We'll resume at 6 o'clock. Thank you.